Good morning. Good morning. A very, very warm welcome to all of you in this kind of very bleak winter day in Brussels. I'm so pleased that so many of you have turned up. Thank you very much. We didn't count on this many, given the temperatures outside and the weather. My name is Dharmendra Kanani. I'm Chief Spokesperson and Chief Operating Officer at Friends of Europe, and I have the pleasure to be moderating this annual Balkan Summit. This is probably our 17th or 18th edition of the summit that we've been having, and it's morphed over many, many years. And it's really good to see that many of you have kept with us, and we have many newcomers to this discussion. We have a stellar cast today of contributors from all across the kind of Balkans as well as the EU landscape. We have those who matter in making decisions around enlargement through those who are going to be affected by enlargement. So it makes for an excellent recipe and list of folk who are going to be involved in this conversation. We've got 3 big sessions. The opening session is very much about the politics of enlargement. Norms and values. Which are the norms and values shaping enlargement now? This historical juncture that we find ourselves in. Can the norms and values of those of enlargement that have been prescribed for the past 20 years, the same as what we need to do into the future? Some might say, no, we think, as a think tank, we need to have a different approach, and we need to think very differently about the geopolitical and geostrategic opportunity that the Balkans present. We then go into a session about economics and economic development, and how do you create economic stability and improvement and growth in order to create the kind of conditions for inward investment, but also to improve the lot of people and communities within the Balkans so they stay and don't feel that they have to leave to get a better opportunity. And then we conclude our summit with a conversation about shared justice, the importance of creating the right type of confidence, resilience, and I suppose trust amongst people and institutions in the rule of law, and people feeling that they are able to have a right of reply, but also justice, both on the street and in the community, and more generally nationally in terms of accountability and integrity of processes. So that's what was on the menu. So please don't leave after the first session. Stay throughout, and we promise you a very good lunch as well. It's a hot lunch as well. It's not sandwiches at all. It's a nice hot lunch. So hopefully that will keep you in the main. Before I invite some of our, incredible list of speakers to contribute, I just want to say one thing about our approach to the Balkans. Having taken over the responsibility in the past 4 or 5 years, it was clear to me and us that the kind of approach we were taking to the debate in relation to the Balkans was very much EU-centric. What I mean by that is it was about the kind of horses and courses that Balkan states had to go through to deal with and respond to the requirements of enlargement. It was very much, we felt, the lens was a failing class, a glass half empty approach to the Balkans. And I have to say, in one simple phrase, for us, our Balkans journey and our approach to the Balkans is about a glass half full. And that makes the entry point of conversation and the talking points very, very different. You think about opportunity and gain rather than a disbenefit and a deficit. You think about the value of becoming a larger Europe rather than a drain on a larger Europe. So that's the sentiment that we bring to this conversation. And I hope that we are able to get into a discussion at this stage, which is key and critical given where we find ourselves right now at this point of history, given what's happened in the US, what's happening in parts of the Middle East, the war that Russia has created in Ukraine, and the geopolitical insecurity that Europe finds itself in. So, on that positive note, let me first invite Marta Kos, who is a new commissioner for enlargement. And we're very pleased, very pleased at Friends of Europe. This is your first speech as a commissioner. So thank you very much for joining us. I welcome you to speak to us here. And my question to you, Marta, is really to identify, let me get rid of my stuff, and I'll get rid of my coffee so it's not in your way.
I will not drink.
That's okay, you can. I think it's your first speech. It's you're a very important political positioning, given that I remember what Jan Koopman said, that the enlargement is back on the political agenda. What's your vision for enlargement? I think people will be really interested to learn from you what you want to do with your mandate and your portfolio.
so much. My vision, I will need some minutes. And I only have 4 years and 360 days left. But it's a lot to do. Dear Mr. President, Madam Speaker, dear distinguished guests and members of the European Parliament, I'm so happy to see many friends of Europe and many friends of Western Balkans. Yes, indeed, it's my first speech, and I'm immensely proud to take this role because, as you have said, we are living in a historic moment. And for the first time in a decade, there is a realistic prospect that we can bring one or more enlargement countries to the finishing line during this mandate. And for me, this is also a personal mission. My life has been somehow shaped by enlargement. EU membership was the aspiration of my generation, and when we achieved it on May 1st, 2004, it was one of my life's brightest moments. Hope, opportunities, and a vision of a peaceful and prosperous future were driving all of us. Over these past decades, I have seen this become the reality. I've seen the disappearance of borders that once divided Europeans, first between Austria and Germany, which made it much easier for me to drive to Bonn, where I was a journalist. Later, Slovenia's border with Italy, Austria, Hungary disappeared, and finally also with Croatia. And everywhere we could see that with physical barriers, many historical tensions also faded away. Yes, the European Union is a peace project. Unfortunately, the country of my youth, the country I once represented as a member of the national swimming team, now you see how old I am, took the opposite direction. The wars of the 19th left resentment, distrust, and new borders. So naturally, my dream is to have all of the Western Balkans integrated in this union and see borders and bilateral conflicts disappear, just like they did in so many other parts of our continent. I will do my best to help ensure that the bilateral disputes of the past do not permanently stand in the way of our common future. During my parliamentary hearing, I recalled the powerful words of Simone Weil, the Parliament's first female president. In her inaugural speech in 1997, she identified 3 fundamental challenges for Europe. It is peace, freedom, and prosperity. And she said that, I quote, "They can only be met through the European dimension." Yes, also today, peace, freedom, and prosperity depend on a stronger and more united Europe. On Sunday, I was in Ukraine together with the President of the Council, Antonio Costa, and HRVP Kaja Kallas. We went there to show support to a nation which has been resisting Russia's full-scale war of aggression for more than 1,000 days. And I told President Zelensky and Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishina, dear Olga, that the Ukrainian people can count on me to be part of their team and help them prepare their place inside the European Union. I said the same to all the Western Balkans leaders I met this week, and Deputy Prime Minister Gerasimov of Moldova. And my question is not only what the EU will bring to the enlargement countries when we speak, but what they can do to contribute to a stronger and more secure Europe. I see it as my responsibility to be our future members' best advocate. Yes, the process is merit-based, and democracy and the rule of law remains its backbone. But if candidates deliver, I want to match their efforts. I will dedicate, together with my team, all my experience and energy to advancing the process as quickly and efficiently as possible. And I have support. The new commission is an enlargement commission. President von der Leyen has tasked every single member of her college to play an active role in supporting candidate countries. This means our candidates can count on the expertise and dedication of all parts of the Commission. There is unity in Brussels around building a bigger and stronger Europe. I will ask you to show this same unity in your country. Accession negotiations requires an intense effort by the whole society. Government alone cannot do the job. It needs to be a national project. Everyone needs to own it. The parliament, the opposition, civil society, every region, town and village, and ultimately every single citizen in your countries. This is why when I will come to visit the Western Balkans and other enlargement countries, I will try and meet everyone. I want to travel outside the capitals. I will meet human rights defenders, powerful women, and youth groups. Because civil society organizations are an important connective tissue between governments and the people, amplifying voices, safeguarding rights, and holding power to account. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of work we will be doing together, which will be technical. Mr. Kopman knows that well, clusters, chapters, benchmarks. But I would like us to be aware that enlargement is not just a technical process. It is nothing short of the reunification of Europe. It is about the people. In Kiev, I met Maxim Butkevich, a human rights activist. He spent 2 years in Russian captivity. He told me, what helped me survive was believing in our values. Values gave him hope, and he looked at the European Union as guardian of values, of human dignity, of freedom and democracy, of solidarity and human rights. Those values and his dream of a better tomorrow were his anchor in difficult times. Let us never forget this bigger picture, our values and the reunification of Europe. And let us also recover the enthusiasm about EU enlargement we once had, the enthusiasm I felt in Slovenia. When in 2004, millions of Europeans lit fireworks and locked their glasses, they did not do it to celebrate full alignment with the acquis. Also not because our common market had gained leverage for trade negotiations. They did it because our community of values was growing, or because historic injustice has been put right, or because they felt that we had brought to an end what Milan Kundera once called the kidnapping of one part of the West. This is the spirit I want us to recover, because our community of values is not yet complete. Our continent is not yet reunited. And sadly, in some parts of Europe, the kidnapping goes on. So we have a lot of work to do. Let's roll up our sleeves. I count on all of you.
As you can tell, you spell, or if I can say spell, a breath of fresh air into the system. Those of you who've been in discussions around enlargement and in the, if I can say, the discourse up to this point wasn't of your character. And so thank you so much that you've been able to, just within those 8 minutes, create a sense of hope, a vision for the future, and a spirit of, it's not about generosity, it's about the spirit of the importance of values and making sure we complete the project. And I think it's important that all of you heard in her first speech here that this commission, this new mandate, will be a mandate about enlargement, something we haven't heard for a very long time. And it's something which I hope that, bodes well for the future, and to see the enlargement process as an opportunity and a gain for Europe rather than a drain, as I said earlier. So thank you very much. It's really much appreciated. I'm now going to switch over to our president who's joined us here from Montenegro. Thank you for being us. Actually, when you'd first been elected, it was at Friends of Europe that you came in your first couple of days as well. So it's very good to see you back again. Please join us and share with us we met over a year ago or so, and now, given what you've just heard from Marta, and we've seen the different kind of political context for enlargement, what's your reaction to it? And thank you for being with us, Jakov.
Well, it's always an honor to be here, and a great pleasure to join forces with the Friends of Europe, not only in discussing but also in promoting the accession of especially the Western Balkans, the region that I'm presenting today here, but also in a wider sense of all the candidate countries and hopefully a prosperous European future. So thank you once again for having me today. Thank you, Marta, for a very inspiring speech. I hope that you keep the energy and the stamina, in the way that you showed us to all this morning by the end of your mandate. I think, this is going to be, crucial to all of us as well as to the accession of our countries. So, I'm, as the president of Montenegro, as the president of one of the candidate countries, I do hope that, the words that Marta has said to all of us do come to fruition by the end of the mandate of this commission. I believe it was very encouraging to see that one of the 7 priorities of the new European Commission was indeed about the enlargement, about Europe that should be sort of a bigger in terms of the world. And I think that one of the ways, obviously, to do that is to make Europe more resilient, to make Europe stronger. And one of the ways to do that is obviously to promoting the enlargement. I think that on behalf of the candidate countries, what I can say is that we are very happy to see the new momentum which is happening in Brussels, the new momentum which is happening in many other capitals of the member states. This is the new momentum where now finally we can see that there is an appetite for new member states, and I think that's very encouraging. And I believe that I'm an optimist. This is why when I was elected last year as the president of Montenegro, I have put perhaps an ambitious goal, but I do believe it is a realistic one, that Montenegro, as a front runner out of all the 10 candidate countries, can indeed become the 28th member state of the EU as of 2028. But today, I do want to also discuss what does the EU accession mean, not only to Montenegro, but also to a wider region, to all the candidate countries. Do we perceive EU accession as a way towards bigger sources of funding? Or do we also believe that the EU accession is this great external anchor, the anchor which is helping us to join the clubs of the values? Using those 2 criteria, I believe that there are basically 4 scenarios that can happen. Number 1 scenario is the lose-lose scenario. That means that a candidate country doesn't really use the EU accession as an anchor, as a process to democratically advance, to institutionally advance, and as a result, also the EU doesn't accept the candidate country into the EU. So that's one scenario. And that's a lose-lose scenario. The second scenario is that a candidate country indeed uses the process of the EU accession. It builds up its institutions. It makes the focus on the economic development, does the homework when it comes to the public administration. But as a result of it, the EU doesn't accept the country into the Union. And we have seen, some of the cases from the past that has been happening. Think of the case, for instance, of North Macedonia, when the country did indeed progress when it comes to certain things, and then, as a result, they did not really get much in return. That's also a bad scenario. I believe that we are now living in a new era on behalf of the European Union, which finally also understood after many years that enlargement is also about the security of the European continent. And this happened following the Russian invasion on Ukraine, where there was this wake-up call in Brussels, as well as some other member states of the EU. So I believe that this scenario, although theoretically possible, and it happened in the past, is not really that likely anymore. Then we have a scenario in which the country doesn't democratically advance, but the EU still wants to have it in. I think that in the long run, that's a lose scenario, both for the country as well as for the EU, because the candidate country doesn't use the process to change itself, to build up institutions, to democratically advance. That's the scenario where we are basically just speaking about the new sources of funding and not about joining the club of the values. I'm one of those politicians in the Balkans who is strongly advocating that all the political actors in a society should be using the process, not only because of the funding, because the funding you can find, there are many countries all over the world where there is a funding available for your economic development. There is China, there is US, there are many other players in the world. The world is a big place, but this is where I see that the EU accession is this great anchor which is pushing the candidate countries to make their societies those that are based on the rule of law, those where we have an efficient public administration, those where we have equality of opportunities to succeed in life, etc., etc. And ultimately, and that's the win-win scenario, where a country, a candidate country, uses the process well, and then the EU obviously accepts the country. So that's, I think, the goal. And this is where I, Marta, also see the role of the Commission to help all the candidate countries along this path, which is a bumpy path, as everything which is good in life is difficult. And to that regard, I do want to emphasize how happy we are in all the candidate countries by this new momentum that we see in the EU, by the new instruments that you have proposed, including the Western Balkan growth plan, which I believe is just another tool of commitment to the region and to the candidate countries. And finally, I do want to emphasize that that this is a joint task, both for the people and the society of the candidate countries, as well as the Commission and the member states. To that regard, I greet you all, and I also hope to be able to answer some of the questions from the audience.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Please. Obviously, the president's there, and he's, happy to take any questions. So, if there's any immediate reactions to what you've heard, put your hands up. Perhaps it needs to get warmed up a little bit more before we get into the conversation. So, but I'm really pleased that both you and Marta will be here. So please do take your seat, and then I'm going to invite. So that's an effective scene-setting opportunity. You've heard two powerful commentaries. And particularly, I'm taken by what you said, Yakov, about the fact that it shouldn't be just about the money. What we say about our new Balkan journey is that surely good governance, rule of law, economic development, and having kind of sense of stability is good for any society, regardless of whether you're a member of the EU or not. It's just good society-making business. So thank you for making those points that you have. We're now going to move into a panel discussion where we have equally stellar cast of people. Can I ask our colleagues please to join me here? Geert, Anna, Christina. So now, we have, it's an excellent cast, as you can see. It's a joy that we have both we've had the commissioner, now we've got the chap, the most senior civil servant responsible for enlargement with us also. We have the previous prime minister, but now president of the parliament of Serbia. You have the deputy prime minister of Moldova, and you also have our colleague here who's coming from various backgrounds in terms of what you've been doing, both in as an MEP, but also in foreign affairs. So we're really pleased that we've got this mixed array of contributions to discuss this very important topic of where we sit and find ourselves right now. We've had the context setting by both by Marta and Jakov. Gert, if I can ask you, you've been a regular, if I can say it in the nicest way, in the most respectful way, because it's important to us that you are, that you join us at the Balkans event this year. Last year, when you came, you had a kind of a skip in your kind of, if your foot is in terms of saying enlargement is back in a way, and that was how you opened your commentary. You now have someone who I genuinely believe is a breath of fresh air as a commissioner, and you have a commission that's been described as a commission of enlargement. What's changed for you now in terms of the messages you want to give to those who are here wanting to understand whether it's going to be business as usual, or is there going to be an accelerated process and a different process to accession? Over to you.
Thank you, Daminda, and it's absolutely no problem if you underline the fact that I belong to the furniture of the Commission. I'm very happy with it, so happy to come back in that capacity. No, what has changed? I think last year I said enlargement is back, and it was back because one could sense that all these new instruments were coming on stream. But what has changed now is that effectively the whole system is geared towards delivery. So it's not just a matter of principles, it's a matter of doing it. And I think the second thing that became very clear this morning, and I knew it already, but now you also know it, is what our new commissioner has said about values and what ultimately Europe is about. I think we have maybe not had enough discussion about that, but it's this combination of very powerful new instruments, including, the President referred to it, the growth plan for the Western Balkans, that is now coming on stream. It's disbursing, right? It's no longer a proposal. When I was sitting here last year, it was a proposal. It hadn't even been adopted. Now it's reality, in combination with also the accession process actually moving forward concretely. So this month, we will have hopefully 3 IGCs, including closing 4 chapters for Montenegro. I mean, that is more than we've had in the totality of the past 4 years. So we should see it for what it is. Next year, I'm trying to do the planning. I'm getting very, very worried for our poor ambassadors in the COREPER. So these are the people who have to prepare this process for the member states in the council. Looking at the amount of work that is coming to them, I think 20 to 30% of their time is going to be spent on enlargement. That brings us back physically to 2004. So the spirit of 2004 is back in very concrete terms.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sure you'll have questions, and I promise to make time for this, because I've got a lot of questions for this man, based on what he just said. But I think the spirit, so the signal that you're providing, is an important one. But we'll come back to some of the questions about how do you change the approach from 2004 to now, when we've got a very different dynamic and geopolitical and security context that we didn't have in 2004, but I'll come back to you on that. And I thank you very much for being with us. And it's a real pleasure to host you. I think this is one of your first times at Friends of Europe, I believe.
I think second.
It doesn't matter. I'm just following the theme of firsts, basically. But no, it's good to have you here. I mean, Serbia's played a particular role and is part of a dynamic in the Balkans that requires careful handling in terms of relations, if you like, but also you are a big beast within the Balkan community, and you've been both prime minister, now you're in the parliament president. What do you see as the role of Serbia in accelerating both stability in the region, but how you will approach the issue of accession?
Well, firstly, thank you for having me here on this issue. I think that we shouldn't be competing amongst each other in the Western Balkans, in the EU accession. I think that we should be advocating for each other, because I think that it's important for the EU to enlarge in a way to accept as soon as possible all of the Western Balkans into the EU, and then obviously all other partners and friends that aspire to join the EU. But I think I've said it many times, when you think about the Western Balkans, it's not about the enlargement, it's about the encompassment. When you look at the Western Balkans, we are surrounded by the EU. So it's not really about enlargement, it is really, truly about making the EU whole. And I think it is truly equally important for the EU to accept the Western Balkans as it is for the Western Balkans to become part of the EU. I think it's, you know, we both have vested interests in this. And so I think the whole narrative of having front runners and having those that lag behind is ultimately going to be bad for the Western Balkans. You know, we are, as probably everyone knows, very emotional, but also very competitive people. So I think that whole narrative can then, yes, certainly incentivize one part of the Western Balkans, but de-incentivize other parts of the Western Balkans. I think it's important that the Western Balkans joins the EU as a whole. And I don't think it's a big challenge for the EU. And I think regardless of the merit-based process, but it is only my personal opinion, regardless of the merit-based process, and it should be a merit-based process, I think the Western Balkans should just become part of the EU. And I think that in itself would resolve a lot of open issues in the Western Balkans. I think it will, those that it will not resolve, will make it easier to resolve, because apart from that, the borders in itself will become less important. And it will bring what we spoke about yesterday during the dinner, both benefits in terms of economic prosperity. It will make then the youth to look towards the future. It will make the whole narrative for the politicians very different. And yes, in terms of values, I think almost overnight, it will actually, I think, change the mind frame also of the people of the Western Balkans in terms of values.
And do you think other leaders in the region have the same vision as you do just now that you've expressed?
I don't know, to be honest, but I would hate to see Western Balkans competing. Because I don't see any benefit in that. Now, going back to what Serbia can do and has done, I think what's important, again, I'm a very pragmatic politician, very pragmatic politician, perhaps because before joining politics in 2016, I was in the private sector. And in my view, a lot of perspective has to do with economic perspective. So if people live better, if they have good jobs, if they see perspective for their families, for their children, then they will look towards the past, towards the future, and will have something to look forward to. And they will not forget about the past, but it will become less of an issue for them. Serbia has done that, and we have changed so much in the past 11 years. And just to give a few examples, back 2012, our net average salary in Serbia was about approximately 350 euros, at the unemployment rate of above 26% in Serbia, youth unemployment rate of about 53%. Today, we are finishing 2024 with the average net salary in Serbia of about a bit more than 900 euros, with unemployment rate of 8.1%, youth unemployment rate of 21.5%, public debt of about 48% to our GDP. And with clear perspective that it will get better in 2025. Now, what we know is that we have a vested interest in regional peace and stability. We are comparatively a small region. Whatever happens anywhere in the region will directly affect Serbia. So we have a vested interest. It's not even norms and values and rule of law and philanthropy. It is a vested interest that you have as a country to keep regions safe and stable and prosperous. It is in our interest. So in my view, again, going back to the economy, we need more visionary leaders that think about the economy, the FDI attraction, more jobs, competing for jobs, then increasing salaries, and then everything in terms of perspectives will change.
Sure. Thank you for that, Anna. I mean, obviously money matters and people's livelihoods are the things that actually drive who they vote for and how they behave. And which is a really important point, and that applies across the EU, it doesn't matter across the world, in fact. The point you've started with, and I'd really welcome views from you, I'm not going to ask you right now, but what do all of you make of this point that Anna's made about bring the whole of the Balkans in one big bang, rather than doing this, chapter by chapter? What do you think about creating a different kind of political community? So my interpretation of what you're saying, because we actually believe that what Macron did with the political community could be easily applied to the Balkans and create a different kind of political community with a different tracking system into the EU. But you're symbolically communicating something important about creating a wider community of the EU through the Balkans. So really welcome your views. Do think about that. I'll come back to you on that in a moment, please. And also put it out on social media. See what people think about that notion and idea. Christina, come to you. Thank you again also for joining us. You've battle weary, you've been through so much. You've had the referendum. Congratulations. I mean, you must feel, on the one hand, a sense of relief, but then now the job really starts and you feel kind of, my goodness, I've got a mountain to climb. What's for you the kind of priorities in the context of what Moldova needs to do now and the role it can play also in the wider region?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having me this morning here to share also some views from Chisinau. Before I start the elections, I just want to share a few lessons learned, because I think it's important for everyone in this room to know what we've been going through. In Moldova, we have had a very successful, I would say, presidential elections outcome. We've secured second term for President Sandu, and we had the referendum positive outcome on joining the European Union. Now it is enshrined in our constitution, so it's a constitutional objective. So everyone's motivated, there is political will, society is full in, we're working together to advance and to use this momentum in Brussels and in other capitals in Europe to make the most out of it. However, in the last 2 years or so, we've seen ruling parties and political incumbents really experiencing severe setbacks. That is a result of all of the unprecedented challenges that we've been going through as a continent and beyond that. I will not refer, to the energy crisis, to all of the impact that Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has had on absolutely all of us. But Moldova has managed to, against all odds, to have a successful round of elections this autumn. So what we've learned, one, is that interference, however, unfortunately, is not anymore a one-shot thing. It's a continuum. Interference in electoral processes do not start on the day of elections or during the electoral campaign. They start way earlier. And unfortunately, as a country and as an international legal system, we do not have the tools today in place to be able to capture all of that interference and to be able to address that. So my first call, let's work together to update the tools that we have to not only monitor but also detect this electoral interference that unfortunately we see does not stay with Moldova, it is exported, and it will continue affecting also consolidated Western democracies. Second, we need to adapt very quickly. We need to adapt to the old and new tactics and tools deployed by Russia. And again, here, at home, that means for us we need to do things much faster and in a much more adaptive way. And third, don't underestimate the magnitude of interference. We thought we knew what's coming. We had no idea what's coming. So on this background, what is Moldova doing in terms of the reforms to prepare for next years ahead of us, where we want to use the political momentum? One is to strengthen the capacities of our institutions to fight better hybrid attacks, to be prepared better to manage crises like the ones we've experienced in the last couple of years. I think here we do a great job at partnering with EU member states and institutions. We have the EU partnership mission that helps us strengthen our crisis management structures in place, but also fight better hybrid attacks. So here, cooperation with those member states that have the experience, have the tools, come in very handy for countries like ours. Second, we need to ensure a free and fair environment for all of the independent media outlets that want to contribute to an objective debate, but cannot fight the power of TikTok or the power of social networks like Telegram. We'll see how we do that, but that is on high on our agenda. We need also, and we intend to find ways how to accelerate the fight against corruption and how to accelerate, especially, bringing up the cases of political corruption. That also means addressing more the legal framework towards illegal party financing. Sorry. And last but not least, ending or finalizing the judicial reform is key. We have advanced a lot in the last 2 years since we've started a very complex judicial sector reform. We need to finish the vetting procedure so that we clean up the system from those corrupt practices and corrupt judges and prosecutors that are still there. But as we have yesterday discussed also with Anna here, it's also important to invest in a new generation of well-educated future judges and prosecutors who are ready to take up the job in front of them. And last but not the least, the economy. We need to work more on improving our economy. Moldova's economy, like many others, have been affected severely by the impact of the war next door. But here we're teaming up these days with the Commission to work on finalizing a growth plan also for Moldova that has been recently announced by President von der Leyen. And we very much hope that that will help us reset our economy and provide more economic opportunities for people at home.
Christina, thank you very much. I think that I'm so glad you made the opening points that you did about the fact that digitalization and AI have basically transformed everything. And the international toolkit for, let's say, regulation or rule keeping is just simply out of date and is not in touch. And I think, somewhere someone needs to take the leadership role to make sure that can adapt and develop, because smaller countries like yourselves become prey to the kind of menacing approaches from larger, more financially capable countries that can do a lot of damage. Thank you for sharing some of those points, but also the lessons that you've learned. I want to, last but not least, Urmas, if I can invite you. You were foreign minister over 20 years ago when Estonia became into the club. So it must be quite an interesting sense of, I suppose, perspective for you, listening to this debate, where we are now. You've heard Gillian say that, this is a 2004 moment. What's your reaction to where we find ourselves right now? And given what you've seen, you've been in the European Parliament, you've been Foreign Minister of Estonia, and you were there at the time when the Big Bang or the 2004 moment. Do you think it needs to change right now? Is it, or should we just do it in the way that we did it before? What's your perspective on how the context for enlargement has changed or not for you?
Good morning, and thank you also for this opportunity to speak to you. Well, nothing is the same in larger scale, because if you look at the geopolitical situation today, if you look at security situation of Europe, then of course it is quite different how it was 20 years ago. So that the environment also for the future enlargement in this sense has clearly changed. And there are different objectives. One is who are the candidate countries at the moment and what is their motivation to get membership. In this sense, well, there clearly in this sense should be different areas of motivation. If it's just money, well, I would say then it's not enough. The main motivation should be about the democratic values, about the real political will to be on the same page with at least majority of existing EU member states. What concerns existing member states who in final end have to decide, then here again, the picture is, I guess, quite different comparing where we were 20 years ago. I guess you can find many member states where the public opinion is rather negative. And in final end, of course, you need to reach consensus of all member states. But it's also in this sense difficult that during the enlargement negotiations process, you have around, well, 100 moments when any existing member state can say, stop, we don't want to proceed. So that, and it does not always be on the basis of, how to say, rational arguments, but as we all know, politics is also very much about emotions. So that in this regard, well, the picture is, I would say, quite tricky. And in this regard, I also don't really like to hear, how to say, over-optimistic statements. Because the problem also for the candidate countries and the societies in candidate countries will be that if there are lots of huge promises and nothing happens, then the huge wave of disappointment will follow. We have here an example of Turkey. 10 plus years ago, over-enthusiastically, both sides, EU and then Turkish political leaders proceeded the talks, and then the negotiations stopped. And if you look at the moment, where is the public opinion in Turkey about, well, EU and where it was 10 or 15 years ago, then we see, unfortunately, very huge, well, damage caused. So that I really also urge all of, well, politicians on both sides, EU and candidate countries side, not to give, how to say, empty promises. I guess that all the societies of the EU, but also candidate countries, deserve to have honest messages. What is realistic, what is the realistic time frame, and so on. When the new wave of Russian war against Ukraine started, then there were lots of people who said, well, now Ukraine will be the candidate country, and in 2 years Ukraine will be in the EU. I guess it was wrong to deliver this kind of messages because it's not realistic. Estonia, my country, 20 years ago, negotiations process with the EU lasted 8 years, even at that time. And well, Estonia is not the biggest country in Europe, so that I guess that if you look at the negotiations and conditions, then even with us at that time, it was 8 years. So that in this sense, I would also urge to have more realistic approach to talks. Then we should also understand, and I'd like to stress it, that it's not only and it's not even mainly about money. It's about well, the political cooperation and even political consensus, because also what changed comparing 20 years ago. We have now seen in the EU when it's enough, when only one member state can block lots of very important stuff for others. And this is also lessons learned for all member states. And I assume that most of existing member states, they want to avoid the situation that also in the future we have even more member states who, well, stop important developments on the basis of the need for consensus, and all others cannot proceed. So that's why, especially under these circumstances, where there is the biggest security crisis for Europe after Second World War, I'd like to stress that also for candidate countries, it is absolutely important to be on the same page with European Union's foreign and security policy already now. And this is also a very important element, how member states, how also most of MEPs look at the process of enlargement negotiations. I also would say that the merits and Copenhagen criteria and fulfilling them is, still absolute must. And that's why I think that it is not, politically realistic to put all candidate countries together and handle them together and accept them together. I still think that more realistic, if we really want to speak about results and concrete results of negotiations, then it should be on the country basis. Because also already now, from security point of view, Balkans is different. We have Albania and Montenegro as NATO members. And it also, in this sense, makes difference when we speak also about the EU. Because as you all know, European defense cooperation is very fastly developing. It also means that EU-NATO cooperation is stronger and stronger, and it makes difference as well. So that all in all, I would say that, of course, politically, I admit EU's enlargement is very important. But the trick is that I guess that most of countries don't want to have new member state, which causes immediately, additional problems. Be it breaking consensus on the foreign and security policy, be it still huge problems with rule of law or corruption things, and so on and so on. So that once again, although politically it's important, but the criteria are still there, and in final end, all existing member states and their public opinion should be in agreement.
Almost before you give up the mic, some very important comments and statements you've made just now. But given, you were there 20 years ago and you said that, okay, the context has changed. You've said that it's important that we think about the, security framework, the EU and the Balkan security framework as one and the same thing, yet you still want each country to be able to adjust its capabilities and meet the requirements of extension on a country-by-country basis. So are you of the view that the process should not change?
As you know, there are also more enlargement skeptical countries and governments at the moment in Europe.
Indeed.
Yes, and for them it's very convenient to say, no enlargement before we reform EU itself. But we all know what means reforming EU in this regard. It means the opening, basically, all basic agreements, and I would say that at this stage it is never-ending story. So that that's why I don't think that it is politically realistic at the moment that be it parallelly or be it firstly reform of the EU and then we proceed with real steps for enlargement. For, basic changes in the EU, you also need consensus. But I don't see at the moment that there is politically realistic to achieve this kind of consensus. So that's why I, pragmatically saying, I guess we simply also in the enlargement should proceed on the basis of existing agreements, existing legal framework, and it is Copenhagen criteria, plus of course the political, decision-making in final end. So that, and I don't think that it is fair to stop one or another country who basically is ready to join simply to wait some third or fourth country to be on the same level. Because also when we speak about Balkans, we should, I guess, be in this sense quite honest, and because all candidate countries, they want to join, it means that we should also be able to address things openly.
Sure.
For me, and the final, what I want to say, also from EU side, there are still very concrete shortcomings. Look at Kosovo thing. We still have 5 member states who even don't recognize. How, under these circumstances, you think we can, move forward with all Western Balkan, countries together?
Interesting. Powerful statements. I really welcome what your reactions are to what you've heard. Should we have a different approach or not? And I suppose almost the point I was trying to get to was that the conditions and the environment now are so fundamentally different to 2004. We know there's also been a different kind of commission in the past 4 years, 5 years. It's become a much more activist commission. It's become a bank of the member states, especially through this gentleman in his previous role as Director of Budget, and created the largest resilience and recovery fund and transformed the role of the Commission in relation to member states. But the hoary chestnut of consensus versus qualified majority voting has to be nailed. And I suppose the other issue is that just because you become a member of the club doesn't mean you are ready and done, and you've got good governance, and have got all your corruption sorted. Let's look at Hungary. Let's look at Poland previously to take you on board. Let's look at the Parliament itself, a vice president caught with a bag of cash in the boot of a car, for example. So I think the job isn't done just because you become a member of the club. So I think it's important that we think really differently about enlargement. And I suppose you're presuming that it's the lowest that will determine the pace and the route of engagement into the EU. There are different ways of cutting it. There are very many different ways of cutting it, and I'm sure there'll be reactions. The President wants to come in. Can I offer you the mic, please?
Once again, I really enjoyed the panel, and I do want to reflect on one thing. So I'm representing Montenegro here, obviously, but I do want to emphasize on a number of things where I do believe that accession of Montenegro can indeed be this successful story, which the EU also needs as an example that the enlargement story is alive. Because as a reminder to everybody, the last country that joined the EU was Croatia, now more than 11 years ago. And in the meantime, we had one country leaving the EU. To that regard, there are countries that are, I guess, easier to accede into the EU, and those that are a bit more complex. As a country that is fully aligning its foreign security policy with the EU, as a country that is a member of NATO, as a country that is already using the euro, as a country that has been able to open all negotiation chapters, which is not the case with the other candidate countries, and that we believe that the accession of Montenegro could be this story much bigger than Montenegro, because it would, as the MEP from Estonia said, it could, spur this positive example that reforms pay off, that new political culture pays off, that at the end of the day, aligning your foreign security policy with the EU also pays off. And I believe, that's very important thing to be said.
But therefore, what is the point you're trying to make in terms of you've explained what it is that you've done, and you see the benefits of it. But in a practical level, what's your message in terms of the approach to enlargement?
Well, my message is that definitely we do want to see a merit-based approach.
Okay, so that means Montenegro goes first.
We would be, it's...
Is that right? But isn't that the point? I'm doing really well, people. Head of class.
No, I mean, we would honestly be genuinely happy if everybody else can make it, together with us. But we don't want to be waiting for the others. I believe that as it, has been the case, which, is the case even today, that the process is ultimately a merit-based process.
Okay, all right. And I suppose the central question is, should it be so? Should it be so? I'm not asking you to answer that question. I'll take the mic off you. But someone in their wisdom, many, many moons ago, created the concept of enlargement based on a set of principles and an approach, thinking that that's the best way to do it. The world we live in, it's like what we have in terms of the kind of agreements on, let's say, the World Trade Organization or the UN, created post-war in a time which is very different to where we are now. And I suppose our question as a think tank is to always question, Are those institutions and approaches fit for purpose in the century that we find ourselves in and the context we find ourselves in, where digitalization, climate change, and geopolitics is changing everything? I know people want to come in, so gentlemen here. Can I have a colleague with... there you go.
Thank you very much.
Do introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Marko Pavic. I come from Croatia.
And a European young leader.
I'm a European young leader. I'm former Minister of Regional Development in EU funds in the first government of Mr. Plenković, and currently I'm chairing the Croatian delegation to Council of Europe, where we look at lots of reports on the rule of law. I would just like to bring to the table Croatian view as the last country that joined the EU. And I'm glad. I would really like to congratulate the Commissioner and to this new wave to the enlargement and support. Croatia is one of the countries that really supports enlargement. But we also, I would agree with Mr. Urmas-Payet, we have to be realistic in the approach and current rules with unanimity. We saw that, for instance, with Bosnia and Herzegovina, you need to have consensus in the Council. And for instance, Croatia, Prime Minister Plenković initiated this year, early, a visit by Ursula von der Leyen to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Croatia as the country that fully supports enlargement, and in the Council country Prime Minister that was most distant to the enlargement, which was Mr. Rutte, and we managed to help to open negotiations for the Bosnia and Herzegovina. But we need to be realistic, we need to be aware of rule of law. I would totally agree with civil society that Commissioner Kos mentioned. Mm-hmm. And as a last member states, we are really looking to give support to all of the candidate countries. I had the opportunity 2 days ago to host from Kishinev, from your parliament delegation. So we need to be open to Ukrainian friends, to other friends, but also to be realistic of this unanimity and to be realistic.
Marko, what does that mean? Do you, in terms of the approach, this conversation is about whether enlargement. Do we do it differently? Do it do it better? What's the kind of scope for it? What's your view on that right now?
Well, I can give my personal view.
Yes.
We certainly need to change the procedures, but how and whether will be agreed on the Council. It's set to be done. So for now, this is merit-based approach. We still support all of the countries, but for now, we need to get political agreement with all the parliament, 27 parliaments, all the councils, and the majority of the vote from the countries, and we see complexity with the wars and everything.
Sure. Let's hope that adversity isn't the driver for change, because obviously, often, if that's the case, that, suddenly COVID happens and everyone collaborates because it's a near-death experience. I hope that in terms of the context of the conversation we're having, that we don't have to witness another war or another invasion to make things change. We have a number of people with their hands up. I'm going to err on the side. I will bring you. Can I? I know it's heinous that I should say no to a president of the parliament, but I do. Perhaps a smart decision. I do want to give space to the colleagues, because you'll have more to respond to, I promise you. I'm going to err on the side of women, because we've had 2 men. So yourself, please introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Nida Korunovska, Roma Foundation for Europe. So I want to say 2 things. One is I fail to hear from the members of the Commission and the member states about the public perception within the EU. So it's not about just the Western Balkans getting ready, but also how the societies within the EU is prepared for the enlargement. And we've seen in the recent reviews that the public support for Ukraine is very big, because how Ukraine is communicated within the EU, and a bit lower when it comes to the Western Balkans. To be honest, I don't think a very average European makes a difference between Montenegro, Macedonia, or even Moldova. When you ask them, they are not making difference. So I think it's crucial how the member states are preparing for the enlargement, and this is my question, what is in the plans for the Commission and the member states to do so, so the region can go? And second, I don't think we should be speaking about Western Balkans at the Big Bang, because in total population of 18 million, right, it's even less than Romania, and we've seen with the recent election, the challenges they are also having. So I think it's very important how we communicate the process, and it's very important the questions that were raised by the Mr. Paet in terms of the governance issue within the EU, because that would be the main blockage. And if the EU is serious as a global leader against China, America, other global forces, they have to reform in a way that that will allow them to make a different decisions, because I don't think the enlargement is their biggest decision that they will need consensus on, and preparing their population is important. And just a small comment, very small, but the most important. Bilateral relations, it was on the agenda of the Commissioner, very good, but as a foundation, working on Roma. Roma minority is crucial. It has the potential. It's the youngest. It is about the jobs and the workforce that can bring to the region. How both the governments and the EU will front center the question on Roma, because we've seen in the previous enlargement, this is not solving. The
Indeed.
enlargement doesn't give the equal opportunities for all. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, not only for the Roma community, but other communities as well. The two gentlemen there, and then I'll bring the first, yes, again, introduce yourself.
Thank you. Erwin Fuere from the Center for European Policy Studies. Thank you to all the speakers. And I would like to echo your words on the breath of fresh air that has come from the new commissioner. It is heartwarming for many of us who have followed the enlargement agenda for so long and have despaired. As they say in Slovene, medobu pomeno panjem izberi I panje, upanje. So for those of you, very few of you, who don't understand Slovene, that means between despair and hope, always choose hope. So I would like to ask the Commissioner about her reference to the bilateral disputes. Already one was mentioned. There are those bilateral disputes that have undermined the credibility of the European Union. I refer in particular to the Bulgarian-North Macedonian dispute. So could the Commissioner perhaps enlarge a little bit on her statement that we must ensure that these do not undermine the enlargement process in the long-term future, and how she intends to deal with this, perhaps in a separate manner, to get it away and to not let it undermine the enlargement agenda, the accession criteria, and that it be dealt with separately.
What would you like to see happen?
I would love that it would be a separate process so that we could deal with history, identity, all of these issues that are part of the reconciliation process that has not yet happened. And there needs to be much more done, but it should not undermine the accession criteria, because history is not part of the accession criteria. Thank you very much.
You've said what this gentleman wanted to raise. It's okay. It's done. It's done. It's done. There was another hand. I'll bring you in. Please, here.
Thank you so much. I'm a Deputy Speaker, National Assembly of Serbia. I would ask Madam Speaker, Ms. Brnabic, just to clarify Cluster 3, when we speak about merit-based accession process. What is the main issue with the Cluster 3? Because we are waiting for about 3 years. And the second one is for you. I heard those rumors about reforms within EU, because even if all of the countries from the Western Balkans, apart front runners, someone thinks it is Albania, other thinks it is Montenegro, apart that, EU has to change voting system, for example. Even if we will prepare in every sense and fulfill whole criteria, we will have the veto situation from some odd reasons. So what is in the end of this road? So this is a question for you, Mr. Koopman. Is it just a rumor, or EU has to change the voting system without touching the core agreement of EU? Because that will be a great message for all of us, and of course not for knowing Anna very well and his spirit toward the EU accession process. I think that is in this geopolitical and geostrategical totally changed situation, the whole region has to be part of EU because of our future, which has to be defined within the EU. That's it, 2 questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's okay.
Sorry.
All right. I stopped you, madam. So please.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, several things, and just to, again, not to be, just purely diplomatically correct, but to say things, some of the things as they are, and as we see them. When we talk about merit-based, it's not merit-based. It should be merit-based, but it's not merit-based. It's politically based and politically driven. And it's almost humiliating when one keeps repeating that it's a merit-based process. On Cluster 3 for Serbia, we have fulfilled all of the conditions to open Cluster 3 4 years ago. 4 years ago. Last cluster, Serbia opened in December 2021. I was the Prime Minister. I was heading the delegation to Brussels. At that time, we were supposed to open 2 clusters during the IGC. Cluster 4, which is energy and green agenda, and Cluster 3, which is economy and competitiveness. And we were told, let's not do 2 at the same time. Let's have now Cluster 4, and next IGC will be held in June, July next year, which is 2022, to open Cluster 3, because you have fulfilled all of the conditions. And you know what happened? The war in Ukraine broke out, things have changed, and yet even today we did not open Cluster 3, even though we have 4 consecutive progress reports by the European Commission that recommend to all of the EU member states to open Cluster 3 with Serbia. But they don't want to. So it's not merit-based, it's politically driven. And it should be said so, because people are not stupid. That's one thing. When we talk about only merit-based approach, let me ask everyone here. In the last enlargement, was Bulgaria ready? Was Romania ready? Was Croatia ready? They did not fulfill even Maastricht criteria, let alone rule of law criteria. But it was strategic political decision, and a good one, made by the European Union to enlarge. Did it create many more problems for the EU? No. What it actually created is a stronger Europe, strategically better positioned Europe, politically and economically stronger, and plus stronger Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania, and other countries. It was a win-win, but it wasn't a merit-based. Now, when we say, let's finish all of the reforms to accept all of the countries, well, that is kind of a work in progress. If you ask President of France, Emmanuel Macron now, if France would be able to join the EU today, if they were asked to have the same standards of the rule of law as we are asked to in the Western Balkans, France would never become member of the EU. Because, for example, the president of France is appointing judges. Can you imagine the president of Serbia appointing judges in Serbia? We had to change our constitution in order to get the parliament out of the process of electing judges. Not the government, not the president, the parliament. So again, when does the work stop? It's at the end of the day always going to be a geopolitical and strategic decision. And then, and finally, bilateral disputes. Okay, let's resolve all of the bilateral disputes because everyone joins the EU. But there's Slovenia and Croatia still have a bilateral dispute, and not less over the border between Croatia and Slovenia. Does it create a problem for the EU? No, it doesn't. It actually made this whole issue less important and less relevant because both are EU member countries. So yes, please, import some of the bilateral disputes because you will help resolve them. rather than, keep dwelling on let's first, resolve all of the disputes, change everything that comes to mind in terms of rule of law, and still, getting more and more political criteria that everyone needs to adopt. When we talk about common foreign security policy, as my friend from Estonia said, being on the same page as the other member states. You have to show that with the common foreign security policy, you're on the same page with other member states, but we are not a member state. We're not a member state. It's, yes, once you are a member state, that day you have to adopt fully common foreign security policy. But it's like, okay, it's not for the money. It's not for the money. But when you go and ask for the money from China, they say, no, you can't ask for the money from China. But you don't want to give me the money, but don't ask from China. It's kind of, ridiculous process that has to end by a strong and brave political strategic decision. And it's not up to the Commission. Commission is doing its job very, very well. And the Commission is actually delivering on the promises, but the Commission cannot do the job of the EU member states. So this is not a criticism that's aimed at Commission. This is about, let's agree what we want to do and communicate that. And let's not kid ourselves with, this whole merit-based process, because it's not merit-based. Because if it was merit-based, it then would also be predictable, and this is not predictable. This is everything but predictable. I do not know how to explain to our citizens in Serbia why we're not opening Cluster 3. I don't know how to explain it to them. Thank you.
And I suppose one of the challenges you have when you look at the recent Eurobarometer results of citizens' appetite for joining the EU, Serbia is the one that's the only one out of the region that's got the loss as kind of a decrease, especially amongst young people who I would imagine have just lost their faith in the system and the approach. But it's quite startling when you look at the figures, if any of you have looked at them, in terms of the appetite of people, citizens in the region. The Serbia sticks out in terms of being on the other side of the curve, in terms of negativity of approach towards the EU. You have to be able to respond to some of the things you've just heard, obviously. So I can do. I will let that happen. Would you like to go first, madam? Great, excellent. Please, there you go. Yeah. Wonderful. We like this. Oh.
So we go together. Thank you, Anna, for praising European Commission. It's not only, when we speak about the enlargement, it's not only about the European Commission, it's also about the Council, it's also about the European Parliament. And this is the toughest part. So if in my speech or at the beginning I said I will do everything possible, and it is for the first time after 10 years a realistic chance that we bring one or more countries to the finish line. I didn't say into the EU, because this is what I cannot promise. But together with my Director General, we can bring the countries to the finish line. And this part is merit-based when it's about us. But yes, indeed, you're right, Madam Speaker, for the whole negotiating process, we need around 150 unanimity decisions in the Council. And that's why when I speak about the enlargement, I always say we have to go in the parallels. It's us doing the chapters, benchmarks, and so on, talking to you, enabling you to do the reforms, which is a very important part. On the other side, working also with the member states. And sometimes it's difficult for us because I agree the European Commission wants to open Cluster 3. And we have a positive opinion for the last years. So I also see my work talking to the member states And I also see my work, I want to answer to the lady about the communication. So it is in my mission letter that we have to do with my team the communication campaign in the member states and in the candidate countries about the benefits of the enlargement. And this is not only economy, it's a lot about economy, but we have to know each other better. You know, being a member of the EU from Slovenia, it has brought us many advantages. We are much better known. And finally, we can get rid of our, I would say, attitude that we are small. No, we have one voice. Germany has one voice. And so on, in the sense of what the membership can bring. So bilaterals, I have mentioned them before, we should do everything that they don't step into the negotiating process. We haven't been 100% successful in this. So I see my role also to help solving the problems, which are then very much connected with the history. And when it's connected with the history, it's not only about rationality. Then it is about emotions. It is about psychology. And this is so difficult to control. So also said in my mission letter, I should take care about the reconciliation. And this is also very, very important. We in Slovenia have one very good experience. It is the city of Nova Gorica. After the Second World War, even earlier, after the first one, we have lost a city, but definitely of Gorica, lost. It was in Italy with many people from Slovenia. So the border was in between of the city, and after the Second World War, we developed the Slovenian part. So the old name has been Gorica, and we said then Nova Gorica. Later on, when we entered the EU in May 1st, 2004, we celebrated in this city, together with the President of the European Commission. And Gorica and Nova Gorica together next year would be European capital of culture. So this is how I see reconciliation. Sometimes it takes more time, but it really works.
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe just I have little to add, obviously, to what my boss has just said, but I'm going to make 2 points. I mean, the first point is that, yes, the procedures are complicated. It takes time. There are all these unanimity decisions. But I think we need to be very clear, this is to your question, that in reality, we are perfectly capable of taking decisions when it is important, with all the complications we have. And if I can be so frank, I think the complications in our system are not necessarily bigger than they are in some national systems or even in the US. So it's very clear to me that if we work differently and we are focused, we can go very fast, if we want to. It's a question of political will. And just to give you one example, the growth plan. I predict that we will agree with Moldova, the growth plan, the substance of the growth plan before the regulation is in force. Because that's what we did with the Western Balkans. So, you know, this is not the normal way we work. The normal way we work is that you have a piece of legislation, it gets negotiated forever, it takes 2 years, 3 years, and then, you know, if it mandates the Commission to negotiate something with a candidate country, we negotiate for another 1 or 2 years. It takes 5 years before the thing even starts. So that is the normal way we do business in Brussels. It doesn't make any sense in the present context. So what have we done with the growth plan? We made sure it was agreed by Council and Parliament as a matter of expediency. It was done within 6 months. 6 months, the legislation, rapid, super rapid. And then in parallel, we negotiated with the countries very ambitious growth plans. These reform agendas that the countries have agreed are more ambitious than the reform agendas of most of our member states. And they started disbursing, as I said earlier on. So yes, we have extremely complicated rules. But if we're all focused and everyone pulls in the same direction, it can go very fast. So that's one point. And I think we should be very, very careful not to fall into the trap of making enlargement conditional on changes in the rules and procedures. Because then we will really be in trouble. It's not necessary. Of course, these rules and procedures can be improved. I would love to see more QMV on procedural steps. I would love it. But you know, it's not going to stop us from advancing. So that is one thing. Now, the second thing, there's a big debate here in reality about geopolitics versus merit. So The good news is that in reality, it is both. And I think this is a very, very important message. You will have to do it on merit, but you will also have to pass a geopolitical test. And actually we have, of course, because we're good technocrats, we have a term for this. This is the balancing clauses. So essentially the way this works, and Cluster 3 is a good example, you need to fulfill technical criteria, and on merit, Serbia has been ready for a long time. But there's also the balancing clauses that relate to wider political processes, such as alignment with the acquis beyond, alignment with EU values beyond the acquis, the regional integration process, relations with Kosovo, all these things are also important. Now, actually, what we have seen is that, and this is the Commission's position, that also on the balancing test, Serbia has moved forward, and that's why we think it's not just technically ready, it actually is ready fully, and therefore the cluster should be opened. And I'm telling you, I'm sure the cluster will be opened soon. I'm repeating this, I'm pretty sure the cluster will be opened soon. It has taken too long, yes, it may be taken too long, but let us also be honest, the reforms have also maybe not advanced fast enough. So what we also see, and this is something we should actually really look at very seriously, there is a new momentum, not just in the EU, but also in the countries in terms of the reform pace. Serbia has just increased its alignment rate for the CFSP from 51% to 57%. There's a lot of change happening, and I think this is very, very welcome. You know, Anna is fully right. You don't need to be fully aligned today. It would be great if you were fully aligned today, but if you're not fully aligned today, that's not a problem per se. But what you do need to demonstrate is a path towards full alignment by the date of accession. And you need to believe that, and you need to be true to it. So I see no contradiction in that sense between the geopolitics and the merit-based principle. The merit-based principle is essential for our member states, for the 27 member states, because otherwise you're simply not going to come in. So you need both. And I think we have no optionality here. Now people are going to say this means that it's going to take very long, but that is a function, as I said, of how we innovatively use existing procedures and how hard we work. And the one thing I have discovered is that the region, when it really wants to do something, can do things extremely rapidly and can work extremely hard. So on that note of optimism, I think we should not despair. There are many complexities, but we also have many solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it's okay. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I think it goes back to the points that were made both last night and today about how can you create a collaborative culture of change. And so that whilst you have meritocracy, you have the geopolitics, but how do you get the club within the Balkans to, as leaders, Anna, you made the point, and I said to you, do others feel the same? And that's the big question, is that whether the leaders of all the Western Balkan states are prepared to come together and say, you know what, fine, we've got our own slipstreams going ahead, but actually, why don't we just get together and do our own thing and become collaborative in thinking about how we can accelerate change, do our business. And I'm not talking about, you know, sometimes people might be scared that you're doing a cut and paste job. You're like in the classroom that, you know, I'll take your papers if you're doing really well. I don't mean that. It's a case of saying, how can we work together to ensure that we all improve standards, and what can we learn from each other to accelerate the process? So perhaps that's a different mindset of extension. But Urmas, you wanted to come in.
Yes, I also wanted to react to this last discussion here. Of course, it's natural that it is both, that it is merits and this is politics, because in final end, all member states have to decide, and all these decisions are political, taking into account also the public opinion in this or that country. So it's, I guess, obvious for everybody. And if you look at the present situation, then still, I'd like to stress that the problem for the European Union countries, number one, is Russian war against Ukraine, Russian hybrid war against all European Union member states. Look what Russia is doing, cutting connections in the Baltic Sea, killing people in different member states. Finnish-Russian border, first time in history, is completely closed because of political migration pressure from Russian side, and so on and so on. So that's why, because it is issue number one for Europe, it is absolutely important that all, I stress, candidate countries who want to join the EU have also to be on the same page what concerns foreign and security policy, at least in the case of problem number one for Europe. And this is, if I put it directly, very big problem for many countries in Europe, for many public opinions, when one of the candidate countries is not joining sanctions against Russia, is letting planes still directly flying from Moscow to its capital, and so on and so on. So let's not hide away. This is a very big problem, and this is a political problem, I agree. So that's why I really want to see that Serbia and all other Western Balkan countries within next 10 years will be in the EU. I completely agree. It is strategically very important for both of us. But let's not also hide away that this is the political issue for many member states at the moment. And I guess that the sooner we can make some change here, the better it is also for the whole process.
Urmas, thank you very much.
If I can respond, that's fantastic. I thought that you're not going to give me the mic.
How could I not, especially in the context of what he's just said?
Again, I want to emphasize one important thing, because we speak about the values, and in my view, again, as someone who's very committed to EU integration of Serbia, I have to say that I see the European Union as a family of European nations that are first and foremost connected by values. And that's why I want my country to be part of the EU. And when we talk about the alignment with common foreign security policy and the sanctions towards Russian Federation, what is very important to me to emphasize, which is kind of forgotten, is that we are, as Serbia, fully aligned with the EU in terms of values, fully aligned. So we have said that we have condemned clearly the invasion as an act of aggression. We have clearly said it is a clear breach of international law. We have voted alongside the European Union in the UN General Assembly to condemn the aggression. We have voted alongside the EU in the UN General Assembly to expel Russian Federation from the Human Rights Council. We have voted alongside the EU in UNESCO. We have voted to expel Russian Federation from EBRD. We have, in terms of values, we are clearly aligned, 100% aligned, which I think is much more important and should be much more important than whether or not you have technically introduced sanctions. In terms of values, we are 100% aligned. But somehow, no one seems to notice that. Or to even say, yes, in terms of values you are, but this is a technical side which is still missing, so let's talk about technical side. But it's not that we are not aligned. We are aligned on something that is in core essence of the European Union, and that is values. We have been, if I'm not mistaken, the first country that has publicly come out and say after the 4 referendums that we will never accept the results of the referendum because they're fake referendums. The first country. And it is somehow never recognized. So in terms of values, I need to emphasize we are fully aligned. Technically, we did not introduce sanctions, which is really a technical issue. So it has nothing to do with values. It's a technical issue, obviously, because firstly, we are surrounded by EU countries, so we can't really have any significant trade with the Russian Federation. Not that we had before that. If you look at our bilateral trade with Bosnia and Herzegovina, is far outweighing our bilateral trade with the Russian Federation. So Bosnia and Herzegovina is more important trading partner to Serbia than the Russian Federation. But if you look at the narrative that is coming, you would think that 60% of our trade is with the Russian Federation. It's insignificant. It's completely insignificant. We have more bilateral trade. Up until 3 years ago, we had more bilateral trade with Bosnia and Herzegovina than Russia and China combined. But if you listen to a narrative about Serbia, you would think that, this is that Russia and China are, the biggest bilateral partners of ours. So the narrative is one thing, but we have to make sure that to understand that in terms of values, we're fully aligned.
Okay.
Also working very closely on a daily basis with the EU Commission to make sure that Serbia is never used to circumvent sanctions. And that is also important. So speaking about values, please note that in terms of values, Serbia is 100% aligned with common foreign and security policy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anna. I gave you space more than others, but it was important because the politics of the situation demands it. Because we know the Serbia-Kosovo issue is very writ large in the kind of enlargement process, but more importantly, we need to have a different kind of dialogue. And I think the point you make about communication is both. It's both about. I think Anna said, Marta said it. The part of the letter, the Commission letter, is how do you communicate better the benefits of enlargement, but how do member states also prepare and think about the benefits also. And it requires a very different mindset. And I think the communication methodology has to come both ways, if you like. And that's why one of our partners, the WMG group, and EU Pravo Zato, as they call it, is a platform to try and communicate the benefits of the EU across the region. And we wish them well. But it's clear that there's a communications challenge that needs to improve across the board. But I also believe that there is an issue, there's an opportunity, not that the Commission has to lead, but I think political leaders within the Balkan region may need to kind of form and come together more and say, actually, we can do this better together and collaborate in a different way to what we've done in the past. But that's our view. And it'd be interesting to see your views. So that's it. That's all I've got time for. I've eaten into your coffee break. I do apologise. You've only got 15 minutes rather than half an hour. So there's coffees up there. But please do, before you all disappear, don't forget, it's down here again for the next session on economic development. Thank you all very much, and thank our speakers. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back. We had a very good session this morning. We continued the conversations over the coffee break, and now we'll continue with the very esteemed panel talking about unlocking economic potential, growth, and integration through the EU accession process. My name is Valbona Zanelli. I am a senior fellow at Friends of Europe and also a fellow at the Atlantic Council of the United States. And I'm delighted to moderate this session. Over the conversations this morning, but also last night at dinner with the leaders from the Western Balkans, many times it came up into really economics. What people care about is, what are the economic opportunities they have? What are their salaries? What is the potential for their kids? According to the Balkans Barometer that was just published, when people are asked in the Western Balkans what are the security challenges for them, they do not mention bilateral issues. They do not mention bilateral disputes. They talk about the cost of living, they talk about poverty, they talk about corruption, and they also talk about brain drain. And we believe that all those three are very closely interlinked and can create a virtuous or a vicious cycle for the future of the Western Balkans. So we talked that enlargement is a geopolitical necessity now for the European Union, but also for the region itself. It has the security dimension behind that, a very strong one that has been throughout each round of enlargement of the European Union, but also very strong economic and prosperity dimension. So I would like to start my questions with Carlo. Carlo, you are a member of the European Parliament, and you're also chairing the delegation to the EU North Macedonia Joint Parliamentary Committee. But also, most importantly, you serve in the Budget Committee of the European Parliament, and you have been one of the strongest supporters of the growth plan. It was mentioned more times these days that the timeline was very quick. I still remember last January when we had the first meeting, when the growth plan was exposed, was talked about. That was in Skopje, in North Macedonia. And nobody actually would have ever believed that it will be so quick. So how do you see that? What is the potential for the region, and how that will help the region to drive convergence with the European Union?
Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. Thank you for this initiative. Kind introduction to this topic, and especially to this economic dimension of the enlargement process and of the accession process. When you take a look at the situation, and especially at the current geopolitically tense situation, I think that this additionally really highlights the need for the closer economic integration and for the closer economic cooperation with the region, which is not big in the proportions of the European Union, and which is manageable also in terms of the budget, but for which, unfortunately, this economic development part or this economic dimension in the accession with the European Union has sometimes been ignored, or neglected, or not focused enough. And I can tell this also from the perspective and experience of Croatia, which has entered the European Union 11 years ago now, in 2013, and this was basically the last accession, the last enlargement of the European Union, which is historically the largest, the longest time period for which the European Union didn't have accession. And when you take a look at this, when you take a look at the fact that really the EU is by far the largest trading partner for the Western Balkans, when you see that more than 70% of the region's trade is with the Western Balkans, is with the European Union, and on the other side that the second partner is China with less than 10%, then you see that also in the economic terms, there is no real alternative than to have a closer cooperation, and this is what we also attempted to do with the Western Balkans reform agendas, or Western Balkans facility, or the growth plan for the Western Balkans. But in essence, in a nutshell, the idea is really to closely link the investments and reforms in the 6 Western Balkan countries I think that now Bosnia and Herzegovina is unfortunately the only of the 6 countries which has not had the approved reform agenda by the European Commission.
We heard that it might be approved soon.
Hopefully this will change soon as well. And in a way, in the RRF-like style, with the experience of the member states and of Croatia as well, really being incentivized to do the necessary stuff in different policy areas, in internal policy areas. I think that this can really be used as an additional leverage, not only to the European Commission, but also to the pro-European, pro-reform forces and actors in the 6 Western Balkan countries. And I can see that this is happening already with the process of negotiating and on agreeing on the reform agendas. But now it is really time also for action, time to deliver on that front. And I think that these 6 billion of euros foreign grants and 2 in loans can really be very beneficial for this whole endeavor, and that they can really help the Western Balkan countries to integrate a bit more and to prepare economically, but also infrastructurally to the standards of the European Union.
Well, Carlo, if I may just follow up, you mentioned that it's true that the European Union is the main partner, trade and investment partner. However, what we have seen over the last decades, it's been that the convergence with the European Union has not happened. We see a lack of convergence. If you take in current prices, the average GDP per capita of the region is around 15% of the GDP of the European Union average. However, we usually talk about purchasing power parity, which is higher. It's around 30%. So what do you think? How is this money enough to foster this convergence and to drive those important reforms to attract more investment in the region, which is needed? And my second point is regarding the next MFF. Already people are talking that we'll see how serious the European Union will be about enlargement next year when we start negotiations about the next MFF.
Yes, so 3 points. First of all, it's true. Unfortunately, in the past decade, the convergence of the Western Balkans and of the European Union has not been happening. There are obviously several factors for this. When you take an example of Croatia and our development from somewhere around 60% of the average GDP per capita when we entered the European Union in 2013, and today where we are close to 80% of the average European development, I think that this transformational process, but also really the strong convergence machine for the member state is really existing, is still alive, and is still doing well. For the Western Balkans, one of those factors, if we now don't talk only about the situation in those countries, don't talk about the reforms that should and have been done, but when we focus only on this European part, I think that one of the reasons was also that we were not focused so much on this economic integration part, but more on the exclusively institutional part. The second point is that, unfortunately, we have this question of is it enough for all the programs of the European Union, and especially now ahead of the negotiations on the new MFF. And my impression is really, for instance, yesterday we had also discussion on EDIRPA, on these new defense funds. The idea here with the Western Balkans Growth Facility is also to try to incentivize reforms and try to use the limited amounts of money that we have for leveraging and using more public but also private money. So it's reforms, but it's also an addition of an additional money that can and should be used. And in the end, I think that those non-financial parts of the plan, which are focusing more on, for instance, SEPA payments or like closer integration into the single market, is something that can be beneficial. Thirdly, and finally, I don't see this as the end point. I don't see that we are really now, we've now finalized everything, and I think that for the next MFF, it will be important not only for the whole European Union and for the member states, but it will be important also for the candidate countries to see and to have their say, to some extent at least, how the new financial framework should be envisaged, and how we should even move forward from this concept that we have with the Western Balkans facility, that we had also with the Ukraine facility, but also now with the Moldovan facility, which is being prepared.
Well, thank you very much. Thomas, your office has been so important, crucial into driving the growth plan facilities. So from your perspective, how important it will be to really incentivize the necessary reforms in the region? And also if you can tell us something about the financial instruments. Do you think they will be enough to serve as a good carrot for those countries to drive those sometimes painful reforms?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. Before coming to your question, indeed a few sort of preliminary reflections. I mean, I remember last year here, the growth plan was an idea.
We talked about that at the airport coming back.
And now it is a reality. So I think that is quite significant. I also remember Friends of Europe summits, where actually the summit was the main end of the year enlargement related event here in Brussels. That has also in a way changed, because we are, we have a summit with Western Balkan leaders at the end of the month. So we're preparing intergovernmental conferences. So I think all that to say, enlargement really is in full swing, and we are working with all our Western Balkan partners on that. Now on the growth plan and the financial side, and this is the money enough? I think I would build on first what Carlo said. The growth plan is a comprehensive plan, which is not only about money. I mean, 6 billion is important. We're very grateful we have gotten this money, and was not obvious. Of course, it's not the only element in the overall growth plan. I think what's really the way of delivering the money makes a big change. I think this is also something we need to bear in mind. It is not about projects. It is about comprehensive reforms, which are in a very transparent way accessible. The reform agendas are public. Citizens can hold their governments accountable to these reforms. They can see what they get or what they don't get.
Well, actually, a little bit more needs to be done in the governments in the region in terms of transparency of explaining to the populations.
Indeed, we are pushing them. But I wanted to say, even more importantly, they can see what the neighbors get as well, which is an important element in the region. So I think that's already a combination of reforms, and let's remember the socioeconomic part as well as the fundamentals part. You mentioned rule of law. I mean, both of them are key for economic growth, and both of them are at the center of the reform agendas that 5 of the 6 have presented in the meantime, and we hope BIH will present one soon too. And it is not the only element of the growth plan. Again, building on what Carlo has said, there are 2 other elements which we mustn't underestimate, and one is getting the countries closer to the EU, and in particular the EU single market. We know that's not always easy, but it is a lot has again happened on this over the last year. I take the example of SEPA, just again to illustrate that. The SEPA, the Single Euro Payment Area, one of the very tangible benefits, the World Bank estimates that if all of the Western Balkans are members of SEPA, the savings for citizens would be around 500 million per year, so not negligible. But in a way, even more important than that, SEPA is not just a political decision by the European Payments Council. SEPA is based on the underlying work done by the countries in terms of alignment on EU payment legislation, and importantly, anti-money laundering legislation. And all of that work has accelerated over the last months. This is work that will also accelerate the accession process. It will lead to tangible benefits, and we've seen the kind of dynamic that we wanted to have and instill through the growth plan, with first few countries moving, and now all of the Western Balkans have applied to join SEPA. And for example, 2 weeks ago, the European Payment Council decided to integrate Montenegro and Albania as the first countries into SEPA, and we hope that other countries will follow. Last part of the growth plan, again, not to underestimate, it's the regional dimension, the common regional market. Because we have also part of the growth plan architecture is that access to the EU single market is linked to better and enhanced regional economic integration through the common regional market. And again, there is an enormous potential for economic growth, for mobility across borders. And again, I think we've seen a new dynamic over the last months. We were able to, for example, together with our German friends in particular, to unblock SEFTA decision-making. SEFTA is one of the key institutions implementing the common regional market, leading to a substantial amount of decisions in the implementation of the common regional market. So to conclude, I think it's not just one figure, the growth plan, the 6 billion, it's the combined effect of the financial support, the reforms, the integration with the EU single market, as well as stronger regional economic integration, which hopefully will lead to the type of economic growth that will also lead to catching up.
Well, as you say, it's a very strong political message from the European Union. One of the aspects of the growth plan, which I think we don't talk much, is also this part of reconciliation. Because in the growth plan, in the report from the European Commission, is that the countries, the regional countries, cannot block each other into the 7 areas that are the priority areas to get into the single market. And the common regional market, as you pointed out, is a precondition for that. So how do you see the growth plan from the political perspective, even supporting regional economic cooperation and reconciliation in the region?
We hope and we expect it will support regional economic integration, and the fact that the integration towards the EU's single market is conditional upon stronger regional economic integration, I think is indeed an additional incentive for the countries to work on the common regional market. And I think politically it also makes clear that the common regional market is not sort of a parking lot for the countries of the Western Balkans. Instead of the EU single market, it really is a stepping stone towards the EU single market. And I think this is what we are trying to as well incentivize through the growth plan and the single market dimension. I think overall it helps. I think, for example, the possibility to unblock SEFTA was also helped by the potential of the growth plan in terms of economic opportunities, and I think it changes a bit the way that I think countries as well are looking at the regional market, at the regional cooperation. I mean, the fact, for example, that in response to the growth plan, the leaders of the region decided to meet every 6 weeks. Initially, a bit of a longer gap now, but I mean, this came from the leaders of the region, and I think the fact that they are really sitting together and discussing some very tangible elements of regional cooperation, I think that is indeed a dynamic on which we should build.
Mm-hmm. And also, it's more of a partnership. It's not it's a two-way street of cooperation with the European Union. Would you say that this approach is kind of a shift in the approach that the European Union had before in terms of gradual integration? Before it was a binary choice, in or out. Are we looking at a gradual integration of the region into the single market?
Well, gradual integration or accelerated integration, as we call it in the Commission, is part of our enlargement methodology. So I think that's very important as the very first point. It's integral part of our enlargement methodology. It's part of bringing the countries into the European Union. It's not an alternative to EU membership. So you're right. We've had in the past a bit more of a binary approach, in or out. We are now looking at what can be done already prior to accession with all legal constraints that are around. But wherever possible, we are looking and discussing with the countries where they are interested in joining EU policy areas, networks, other initiatives already prior to accession. So that is now part of our policy. As you said, it's not sort of a top-down, it's a partnership, it's an offer, it's not an obligation to join. Joining SEPA is not an obligation prior to accession. Reducing roaming costs is not an obligation, it's an offer. So that is something we're working on with the countries, again, with the view of making the accession process more tangible. We all know it's not about the jargon we're using here about opening, closing clusters doesn't mean anything to people on the ground, but reducing the costs of payments or roaming, that makes a difference to people.
Well, in terms of tangible results for people in the ground, I think we should have a better communication strategy, and maybe every time that a person in the Western Balkans, now in Montenegro and Albania to start with, saves 50 euros for each transaction, maybe it should be said, brought to you by the European Union. They need to know that this is, what the EU, it's a tangible result of the EU accession process. Milica, the EBRD has been present in the region for a very long time, and we know that when it comes to economic competitiveness, in all the drivers that you look of economic competitiveness, is lagging behind the other regions of Europe. So how do you see not just the growth plan, the entire process of EU accession, accelerated EU accession for the region to drive that very much necessary competitiveness? And also the second question is, how do you see that in the broader context of the EU competitiveness? Can the Western Balkans be part of European solutions, be that in terms of de-risking, be that in terms of energy diversification and security, or other areas?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. It's really a pleasure to be here for the summit. As you said, EBRD has a long history of presence in the Western Balkans and has a significant investment of 18 billion so far, has the strongest regional presence of IFIs. I think looking from the IFI perspective, and EBRD in particular, having a European integration process in which Western Balkans countries are anchored provides stability and predictability for investment, for private sector, in terms of having a clear idea where these countries are moving, what are the policies with which they will align, and hopefully what's the time frame within which they will do this. And if you know this and are an investor, already the landscape looks much different and more predictable, and risks and opportunities looks different. Whether the growth plan and the whole idea of speeding up European integration is a step change, I would think yes, and I have a benefit of comparing the Western Balkans with, on one hand, and Ukraine and Moldova, where the bank also has significant investment on the other. I think when the new methodology was put in place, the process has already been lasting for a very long time. There was no clear end in sight, and the idea of methodology was to provide something tangible to keep people committed to this path and to make the process tangible and to sort of basically clarify that the end result, even if it's not imminent, it's still happening. Now, with Ukraine and Moldova accession process and with the change of geopolitical circumstances and with the renewed interest in enlargement,
the goal also somehow looks more attainable. That being said, there is clearly a difference between the Western Balkans and Ukraine and Moldova, because in the Western Balkans, still distrust as to whether the process will finish and when cannot be compared to Ukraine and Moldova, and also belief to what extent the process is transformative differs in Ukraine and in...
Are you saying that Ukraine is more optimistic?
I think they are probably more optimistic, and they deem the process more transformational. I think in the Western Balkans, where the process has been lasting for a longer period of time, people tend to engage with it, but this initial romantic phase, I would say, has ended. If you look at concretely the growth plan, I would think both the figure and the approach are significant. The approach is significant in that it sort of basically clearly prioritizes reforms that are relevant for single market and for international financial institutions. This means ability to support countries to integrate with markets in energy, in transport, to work with organizations like Energy Community, with Transport Community, to support small and medium-sized enterprises in terms of integration of global value chains, provide business finance and advisory to de-risk, to increase competitiveness. That being said, I think, and as the previous panel had made it very clear, we are in an era of geopolitical bargaining. Therefore, 6 billion for 6 countries over 4 years. It's good, bearing in mind the approach that international financial institutions will come on the back of that and amplify the funding, and hopefully these reforms would have the effect of private sector mobilization, and therefore you will be able to see this as one bigger picture, which then increases the leverage of the European Union and hopefully addresses the issues which you've also asked previously around conditionality. But it's definitely not what the Commission put in the communication, on average hitting what member states are getting, because when the Commission looks at average, it looks also at what Luxembourg is getting. When the region looks at average, it looks what Bulgaria or Croatia are getting, and it's more towards convergence, economic convergence side. So I think as IFI, we will do our best. For us, the growth plan is something which, both in terms of sectoral agenda, single market, open financial architecture, is something that is hugely appealing, and we will try to be on the side of amplifying it with our investment, complementing it with policy components so as to achieve these sectoral reforms for countries to be able to benefit fully from this, but also to encourage private sector to see benefits from this. But to the European partners, we would also be indicating the importance of catching up in terms of economic convergence. But before I forgot what the second question was, yes, competitiveness generally for the European Union. Before I go there, I would say that the Western Balkans benefited from this momentum in terms of Ukraine and Moldova joining the accession process. But it was also the experiences which the European Union had in the Western Balkans were useful for Ukraine and Moldova. For example, growth plan, just like the Ukraine plan, they're all modeled on the next generation European Union sort of exchange of reforms
which
for
might
funding.
be the future also of the...
But I think what we are seeing now in Ukraine in terms of project preparation facility, that's very much looking at the Western Balkans investment framework, just at a much bigger scale. Now, competitiveness of Europe. It was interesting for me to look at the Draghi's competitiveness report, where enlargement is not mentioned, but what
a little bit,
but in the context of basically supply chain, nearshoring, friendshoring, however you want to call it, critical raw materials, energy, but also, if you look further beyond the Balkans, corridors with Central Asia and basically connectivity anchoring the region more into the European Union and creating. So I see opportunities there for the Western Balkans to benefit from interest in shortening supply chains, in
in
benefiting
nearshoring,
from, shift to green energy, but also broader idea of connectivity.
Well, Milica brought some numbers. So with numbers, in terms of the growth plan, yearly, it will be 0.5% of the GDP of the region, which is $160 billion. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but can you tell us something with numbers regarding financing of EBRD in the region? How has that increased? And what is the level now? Because we know that there's a lot of other competitors out there.
I mean, EBRD has, as I said in the beginning, the strongest regional presence with 18 billion invested so far. 18 billion invested so far. One other figure that I think would probably ring similarly significantly is 1.6 billion of Paris-aligned investment in the previous year only. Because if you look at EBRD financing, given the energy transition, most of our sort of focus would always be ramping up renewable energy production. But in order to do that, you also need to tackle energy demand in terms of energy efficiency, decarbonizing heating and cooling, but also increasing competitiveness of energy markets through renewable energy auctions primarily. When we work in the Western Balkans, and that will come as no surprise to the Commission because that's a recurring issue in country reports, when we work with state-owned enterprises, whether this is in infrastructure or in energy, we leverage these transactions to achieve sector reforms which would be aligned with the requirements of the single market, but also to tackle, to the extent that we can exercise our leverage to tackle governance challenges and to tackle how these SOEs function. And I think an important part of our work is supporting startups, small and medium-sized enterprises, to be able to benefit from opportunities that European integration is bringing. This means finance, but very often advisory, so that they can benefit from regional integration into the single market, and to the extent that we can, with our leverage with private sector clients, targeting also skills which are necessary for these startups and the region more generally to be successfully participating in the
Well, thank you, Milica. We have Tatiana online. She's the Secretary General of the Western Balkans Sixth Chamber Investment Forum. Tatiana, we hear from leaders in the region, how much the countries have been, working on reforming, what has been the new legislation. But we want to hear from you from the perspective of businesses in the region. What is going on? Are we doing enough in terms of increasing intra-regional trade, or is it about trade with the European Union? We should not just look at the numbers of intra-regional trade because the region is very small, and that might be misleading. But also my question for you is what can be done, what needs to be done in terms of having a Western Balkans pooled competition for foreign direct investment? The region, which is this strategic position next to the EU countries. The EU is the biggest investor in the global economy with about 35% of total foreign direct investment. And the region as a whole attracts around 0.5% of total FDI. So tell us from the perspective of the businesses in the region, how do you view the future?
Thank you very much. And first, let me share regret not being able to be there in person and join the discussion. Thanks to the organizers for providing me at least the opportunity to join online. It is, in fact, a very important topic, which it is good that it is in the spotlight in the previous couple of years. And if I have to be detailing in the shortest possible manner what are the main challenges, I would have to say it is a lack of implementation when it comes to enhancing regional economic cooperation. I come from an organization which originates from the motto One Region, One Economy, and the businesses in the region and us as their representatives truly believe that that is the pathway to tapping the growth opportunities for our economies. That can only be done if we manage to overcome the fragmentation of the markets that we have. It has been spoken on many occasions, it has been detailed on many different fragments and segments. What does it mean dealing as a unique market that is combined market, unified, enjoying 18 million customers in comparison to fragmented markets, 6 different markets from 2, 3, or 5 million customers. What is important is that the issue has gotten the needed attention. Now the request from the businesses is to really put the things in motion in not second year but 5th year, if possible. Many of the barriers or the challenges for the businesses, the issues which are causing headaches in their daily operations have been already identified. The long waiting times at the borders, the non-recognition of certificates or electronic signatures. These have all been addressed and have received attention in the relevant documents. Throughout the discussion this morning, we have already heard the focus of the regional cooperation as one of the main pillars of the growth plan, and the importance of having adopted the new action plan for the common regional market. These are very big milestones which set out the scene. So we have gotten to the point where we have settled out or detected the bottlenecks on what needs to be done when it comes to enhancing regional cooperation. We have identified the needs and the requests of the businesses in that process. And we have, at the moment, detailed and very time-framed structure on what needs to be done. It has been mentioned in the discussion, even in the panel by the esteemed speakers before me. Some of the key benefits have been detected. So now we need to roll up our sleeves and ask for concrete implementation by governments, and on that level we don't only mean political leaders, but all the institutions down the line. I should emphasize also the importance of having businesses involved in the process, and in that regard maybe use the opportunity to share appreciation to the European Commission, to Thomas and his team, on having recognized the need of having actually the businesses as one of the main beneficiaries of the process, having its say in the development of the process and monitoring or following the implementation of the process. The other point that you have tackled is the issue on what needs to be done in order to reposition or better position our economies in the spotlight on the investor map. And then it again leads to the enhancing of regional cooperation and overcoming the fragmentation of our markets, because by far the attractiveness of the Western Balkans as investment destination will be increased if we manage to work on removal of some of the barriers which at the moment are hurdling the business cooperation or not providing it grow at the pace that we want to. One of the key activities that we have initiated when back in 2020 when the COVID pandemic started was in fact a study detecting how are we standing on the global map when it comes to attractiveness in reaching out to the trends of nearshoring, friendshoring, or whatever it is called, or how can the Western Balkans position themselves? And back then we had published a set of recommendations to the public institutions, but also to all stakeholders on field, what needs to be done. This year we did a follow-up study, and the conclusions are that, in fact, in some of the economies, nearshoring has happened, but not at the levels that should have been potentially available to all of the economies. So a lot of work still lies ahead for everyone.
Well, thank you very much. Tatiana, very short follow-up. How is immigration and brain drain also affecting the business climate in the Western Balkans?
very severely, if I may be honest, and that is the reason why the human capital development has been included as one of the key building blocks within the new Common Regional Market Action Plan. The focus is on enabling workers being upskilled in order to be able to follow the transition of the economies in the region on their path on bridging the convergence gap, but at the same time building or creating possibilities for them to find their places within the Western Balkans economies instead of abroad. It is a lot of work, and especially we as business associations have scheduled or set out to work on the capacity buildings and skill development, especially when it comes to vet education within the region, so that we can somehow reframe that process and use that capacities for the economic development of the region within.
Well, thank you, Tatiana. Nicole, you are the program director and lead researcher at the Kosovo Women's Network. Do you believe that sometimes we overlook the power and the potential of having more women included in our economies in order to drive sustainable growth? As you know, Friends of Europe has been working successfully in those programs into fostering women economic empowerment in the Western Balkans, and we have a very good and strong network of women in the region. So what's your perspective? How should we what should we do more in terms of fostering women's empowerment?
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to be with you today online. As it was said earlier, the growth plan is not only about money, it's about reforms and the quality of reforms. And within the EU accession criteria, gender equality is relevant not only among the EU's fundamental rights, but also should be mainstreamed and attended to throughout all of the chapters, as a coalition of us in the Western Balkans, the EqualPro Coalition, have been emphasizing in monitoring reports for several years. The EU is committed to using gender analysis to inform all of its development financing, which should include the reform agenda and all IPA 3 programming. Unfortunately, the new growth plan does not mention gender equality at all, leaving gender mainstreaming of reform agendas up to the Western Balkan countries. Nevertheless, reforms must be aligned with countries' ongoing reform processes linked to the EU accession criteria, including addressing recommendations raised in the European Commission's enlargement package. So I would say there are 4 key policy reforms that Western Balkan countries can prioritize towards more inclusive and effective economic development. First, economic development and growth require increasing women's engagement in the labor force. Throughout the Western Balkans and EU, women remain underrepresented, particularly in Kosovo, where I live, where only 2 in 10 women are employed. Every policy and program should be based on analysis and evidence of need, which includes gender analysis. The EU and several Western Balkan countries have committed to conducting gender analyses to inform policy making and programming in all sectors, but these are seldom done well and with the necessary expertise. For example, a commentary that we as the Kosovo Women's Network will publish shortly shows that Kosovo's reform agenda related to the new growth plan contains some analysis of the challenges, but it does not address some of the root causes of women's underrepresentation in the labor force, such as the very strong need to urgently amend the labor law. So identifying some of these root causes can be key to development. And for that reason, gender analysis is important. So Western Balkan countries should firstly institutionalize gender analysis as part of the policy planning, programming, and budget process. This needs to, of course, have an intersectional approach to realize women and men are different so that policies and programs can be adapted to reach diverse women and men of various ages, ethnicities, rural and urban areas, disabilities, towards a more inclusive economic development. So second, gender analysis is the first step to gender-responsive budgeting, whereby the evidence of need is used to make transparent budget planning to address those needs in terms of proper allocation of public resources. Now, the EU and Western Balkan countries have committed to implementing gender-responsive budgeting as part of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability PEFA Gender Framework. However, as the Gender Budget Watchdog Network has observed, most Western Balkan countries still need to institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting in their public finance laws and financial management systems, as well as to further human capacities for implementing it properly. So this can contribute to equality through more needs-based distribution of resources, as well as transparency and accountability in public spending. The second policy that governments should prioritize towards inclusive development is institutionalizing gender-responsive budgeting as part of the ongoing public finance reforms related to EU accession criteria. Third, a gender analysis related to labor in the Western Balkans that was supported by the EU and Sweden has found that most Western Balkan countries need to harmonize their legal frameworks with the EU Work-Life Balance Directive. Extensive evidence throughout the region has shown that one of the major factors hindering women's labor force participation is care work. Due to social norms that we, as a society, have created and passed on through generations, women spend more time caring for children, the elderly, persons with disabilities, and the sick. This hampers their ability to participate in the labor force. Meanwhile, these gender norms are unfair to men, who lack the opportunity to spend time with their children and loved ones. The EU Work-Life Balance Directive can help address this by better balancing care roles among women and men and giving men the right to spend more quality time with their children. So, Western Balkan countries should urgently harmonize their labor laws with the EU Work-Life Balance Directive and implement it. And fourth, and finally, Western Balkan countries must invest in opening more public and public-private partnership daycare and early childhood centers. I was pleased to see that this is in Kosovo's reform agenda. It is in line with the EU Barcelona objectives. We know in the Western Balkans the demand for childcare far exceeds supply. But meanwhile, our research here in Kosovo has shown that increasing childcare availability can create thousands of new jobs, transform women's currently unpaid work into paid work, and increase women's labor force participation as employees, but also by enabling more women to join the labor force. So the Kosovo reform agenda has done this. We like to see other countries doing this as well, and to invest more in childcare availability. So to recap, the 4 policy reforms: institutionalize gender analysis and policy-making processes, institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting in ongoing financial management reforms, adopt and implement the EU Work-Life Balance Directive, and finally, invest in care.
Well, thank you, Nicole, and thank you for clarifying that gender-responsive policies are not only about women, are about roles and responsibilities of men and women in society. So, well, maybe some of your recommendations will be included in the next facility that will come after 2027.
Hopefully in the MFF as well.
Yes. So now it comes the fun part where we get the comments and questions from the audience. We have about 30 minutes to go, so time for a lot of conversation and discussion. But what we were mentioning during the panel, and even this morning by Commissioner Koss, is the importance of strategic communication throughout all these processes. It's about transparency. It's about accountability, and it's also about giving that sense of hope to people. Because enlargement is not only about the technical, bureaucratic procedures or the geopolitical necessity. Enlargement is about hopes, fears, emotions, and they all play into this formula. So I would like to, in this case, to invite our discussant, Milana Petrovic. She is from Wireless Media Group Foundation, and you're here. And so maybe tell us a little bit more about what you do in terms of bringing the Western Balkans closer to the European Union. Yes, you need a microphone.
Hello, everyone. I'm in front of VMG Foundation, and
maybe if you can stand up there so everybody sees you. Okay.
Thank you. And in front of EU Pravozato, we are initiative, and we think that is very important how we communicate all of this. About we talk in the first session, in second session, all the time we talk about how to communicate. EU Pravozato, we have a website, we are present on social media. We talk about in a language that everyone can understand. Bureaucratic language is often very confusing, especially for the youth. So now we have 1 million of real users monthly. So now we know that they like to read about real life, about stories, about real life. That's usually infrastructure and success stories about individuals who get money from the EU funds. Growth plan is also talking about investing in the human capital. So also I would like to hear more about from each of the panelists what they think about that, and also how they think that we, every one of us, can improve that communication.
Well, thank you very much for your points. And actually, that's a great question, because part of the growth plan is also investment in human capital and skills that are necessary for sustainable development in economic growth. And actually, I just read the other day, there were some, even some findings, some research of the World Bank looking at numbers, you know, how much this investment in skills will increase employment in the region, how that will be important for economic development. So maybe, yes, maybe we'll take this question. How important, we'll start with you, Thomas, on human capital and skills. Because I think that's the core of the growth plan. It's not the money that you're getting for those reforms, it's how you create the environment to bring in serious foreign investors in the region.
Yeah, no, extremely important and key to what we are doing, and it goes beyond the growth plan, of course. The growth plan is one of our tools. We also have, we shouldn't forget it. It's 14 billion after all, IPA, yes, financial instrument. So I mean, it's not that the growth plan, the facility, has superseded what we're doing under IPA. It comes on top of what we're doing.
And maybe that will be the follow-up question. How do the two of them relate?
Well, one comes on top of the other. So it is an additional financial instrument for the 3 remaining years. Now, IPA will continue to support, in particular, capacity building, preparations for EU accession, more technical parts of EU preparations. The growth facility has a different logic. It supports reforms as such. But I mean, it is key, and we hear it, and we also hear it from the business community. The lack of labor force, and that it links to women participation, it links to skills, is one of the feedbacks we get as well from the business community. Yeah, it's one of the reasons as well why, as part of the growth plan, for example, we have. And the common regional market, regional mobility is key. Recognition of qualifications, for example. Now, in order to recognize qualifications, one first has to have the qualifications. So I fully take your point that I think it is key to build on what we are doing in this area. We think we are trying to do, and can always be done more on vocational training. This is something we're continuing doing under our instrument for pre-accession. We have the youth guarantee, something which we are trying to roll out in the region, built up on what we are doing within the European Union. Again, always more can be done, but I think it is key. Finally, on communication, I couldn't agree more. I mean, we have to change our communication, become better in communication. But also it's important where the communication is coming from. And for example, one of the issues where we have not had a lot of tractions yet with the Western Balkans leaders is communication from them about the benefits of the growth plan. So we're actually pushing them very much to also develop their own communication tools and strategies, which, by the way, is a legal obligation under the growth facility. So all of them have to present a communication strategy. Because I think we always need to be aware. It's, I mean, in Brussels we can communicate a lot. We can write a lot of press release, and we can make very fancy stories, but unless they're communicated as well regionally, they will not get the traction. And I think that is the challenge. And we also know that some of the leaders are not necessarily so keen then to communicate the benefits. So I think that is something we need to be working on.
Thank you. Carlo, maybe?
Sure. On the question of human capital, because I think it's really probably the most important one, especially today when we've entered the new era in which human capital is perhaps the most important resource that any country can have, and when it's really more important than ever. For the Western Balkans, this is obviously also a central issue, and there is a lot of talk about it. And I can tell you also from my experience of going throughout Croatia, campaigning for the European elections, that most of the questions, either if they're positive, focus on the positive achievements with the European funds. But then on the other side, there is this strongly emotional topic of demographic change that is happening not only in the Western Balkans, that is not happening only in Croatia, but also practically all over Europe. And this strong depopulation trends, which are unfortunately uneven in its scope, in its intensity all over Europe, really have a strong political effect as well. We can see this in elections in some older, bigger member states as well. But when you open this issue, I think that we can talk openly here. When you open this issue also here in Brussels, sometimes you understand that it's quite a tricky and a delicate issue, and that different member states have a different perspective on this. However, I was glad to see that the Letta's report now recently, for the first time, recognized this right to stay as something that should be also the European right, and in a way, this is one of the potential and positive consequences of the cohesion policy. I think that this is very important. And obviously that the trends are not going in one direction especially, but I think that the example of Ireland especially, which with its development in the past decades, but also now more recently the example of Croatia is a positive one, and we are fastly becoming a country of immigration with almost 200,000 foreign workers, half of them basically coming from the region, coming from the Western Balkans, the other half coming from the other parts of the world. But we were happy to see also that in the last year, in the 2023, it was the first year in history of when we entered the European Union that more Croats actually came back from Germany than emigrated to Germany. It was even more pronounced in comparison to Ireland, where most of the people who, after we joined the European Union, emigrated or started working in Ireland, now came back. And I think that this is something positive, and one of the reasons is definitely the cohesion funds and this convergence that was happening. And I see here today Marko Pavic, who was our former minister of European funds, and I think that everyone who is in that field of the European funds really understands well how intertwined and connected this issue of cohesion is with the issue of demography. I know that for the European Union, sometimes it is really difficult to also legally recognize this inevitable link. But I'm really glad to see that once again in the European Commission we will continue to have a Commissioner, Dubravka Šuica, coming from Croatia, who will be in charge for demography as well.
Well, great points, and thank you for bringing the excellent example of Croatia, because sometimes I think what we miss in our conversations when we talk about brain drain and immigration is the question is not to force people to stay. Well, thank God the Western Balkan people can travel freely. The question is, how do you incentivize people to come back? And maybe that's where the European Commission can enter into the play in terms of with incentives and initiatives that can support people, like in the case of Croatia, to go back to their country. So we're looking about circular migration. It's not bad that people are migrating. They're, going to other countries, getting, experiences, studies, and bringing back actually those standards that the European Union countries have. So it's not bad per se. It's like, how do you foster that circular migration? And I'll turn to you, Milica.
Thank you. The bank is a project lender. So it means our primary means of affecting the situation in a country is an investment. And we then try to complement this with policy at a national level to tackle labor challenges to the extent that we can. And recognizing that the human capital challenges, I mean, as every IFI, we have strategic periods, and with both previous and current strategic period, in the previous gender and inclusion and current human capital are the bank's priorities. So in terms of if you have an investment, whether it is a public or a private sector client, then the bank assists the client in tackling workforce challenges, whether these are upskilling, talent management, gender diversity, or similar. And more importantly, we work on dual education program and support development of skills which are necessary for young people and targeted group to participate in markets. And we provide, through inclusive procurement, opportunities for young people and also targeted groups to acquire those necessary skills. When we are talking about the policy dialogue at national level, then I think the key for us is to make sure that we link training providers, education, labor authorities, and employers. So within this group, you then need to ensure that relevant skills, those required by employers, are codified at the national level and are thought within appropriate training programs, and we assist development of strategies. We support this dialogue through sector skills councils and different other forms of assistance, but it's definitely a problem which the bank appreciates as very important for development, sustainable market developments, and tries to address in every investment.
Well, thank you. Questions from the audience, please, Mark.
Thank you very much. Marko Pavić, European Young Leader, and as Carlo mentioned, I was previously Croatian Minister of EU funds. I would like first to compliment the growth plan. We didn't have, when Croatia was entering EU debt, that's additional 6 billion euros. I would like to compliment both Commission and the support of Carlo and everybody in the Parliament. Is it enough? It's never enough, 6 billion, but comparing to when we look at numbers to Croatia, we had 150 million euros of IPA pre-accession funds before we entered. Then we entered, and cohesion policy is for member states embedded in the treaties. It went 10 times more. It went to 1.5 billion euros a year. And now with the RRF, we have 25 billion euros for the 7 years, which is, it went from 1.5 to 3.5 billion euros. And the use of that money is for convergence to get us to the average GDP of the EU, and as Carlo mentioned, went from 60 to 80%. Comparable studies show that at 80%, the people that move from the member states to other countries is slowing down, and we see that in Croatia, now the number of Croatians that went in 2013 to Ireland, and the population has been cut to half of Croatians who live in Ireland. They are moving back, and we see that similar trends in Germany. But to mention the communication side, it's really important. We've seen that with the Moldova EU referendum that just went with a little bit over 50%. So initiatives like EU Upravo Zato or other initiatives should be funded. But also to mention that the growth plan is something new for the Western Balkans. It will bring also experience from RF that member states have connecting reforms and the money, EU funds, and especially that the pre-accession funds still are available to the countries for building up capacity. And I think it will be a new wind in the sails of the EU movement in Western Balkan countries. Is it enough? Never enough, but it's something that is totally new financial instruments, and we are glad that the Commission initiated and the European Parliament supported it, and from the national side, from Croatia, we fully support such investments in Western Balkan countries to bring them closer to the single market and the European values.
So the objective will be to think about the future. Next one now. Okay, other. Yes, please. And please briefly introduce yourself.
Yes, I will introduce myself, and just to say I'm Nida Korunovska from the Roma Foundation for Europe. Opposite to some people that approach me, we are not in Italy, Rome, but working on Roma minority in Europe. So just a small clarification. So my point is especially linked to the investment, the growth plan, and the skills building. Unfortunately, Roma are not equipped with the skills through the education system throughout the region, and many are dropping out of school because of the conditions, etc. So basically, the poor education that is serving Roma neighborhoods is widely recognized and noted by the country. But what we are proposing is to see Roma as a case of investment instead of kind of case of payments and transfers from the government. In Serbia alone, between 15 and 29% of new labor market entrants by 2035 will be Roma. So the demographic challenge of the region is not translated into when it comes to Roma. 1/3 of all Roma, both in the Western Balkans and in the EU, are below 15 years of age. And we really need investment in skills building for Roma, alternative skills building for Roma to catch up. And as a foundation, we are working on that, and we are partnering, and we are happy to see that some governments included in the Western Balkans, I mean only one, Serbia, so we are offering this to the others. And it's already, the business sector is recognizing this and employing more and more Roma. And for the banks, I think it's very important that they are not seen as a risk clients, because through our fund, the redefine, we've proven that the return and repayment rate is outperforming even normal credit lines. But again, the conditions for accessing capital for Roma businesses cannot be fulfilled, regular conditions, because of informality of housing, informality of jobs, etc. So I just want to say that we are open for cooperation. There is no government here representative, but to the banks, to the Commission, to the business sector, and to the Parliament, we are looking forward to cooperate with what we believe the next couple of years will be crucial in this reskilling and really pushing Roma to fill the gap on the labor market in the Western Balkans.
Well,
thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Great points about how the process has to be inclusive. All parts of society, nobody should be left behind, and seeing that as an investment. We'll go for a final round of answers. Andrei, please.
Thank you, Andrei de Munter. I'm a desk officer for Bosnia-Herzegovina and Turkey in the European Parliament, speaking on my own behalf. Further to what Nicole said, hi Nicole, it's a pity you're not here. I would like to ask maybe Thomas to elaborate a bit on why the gender equality component was by and large neglected in the growth plan. I would also like to have the panel's thoughts about what can be finally, I would say, done about reconciliation and make it something more than just the last word in the reoccurring sentences in all the commissions and other reports. And we know that sentence by heart: regional cooperation, comma, good neighborly relations and reconciliation, as if reconciliation were an automatic consequence of what preceded. We are talking about thousands of missing persons only in Bosnia-Herzegovina, for instance, traumas, stigmata, ongoing of wartime rape of women, children and men, and also the rights of children born out of wartime rape. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Maybe we'll take a final question before I give the floor to the panel. Okay, good. Thomas, we'll start with you. So it's the question regarding why gender is not included, more broadly inclusion also of the Roma community. And then we had the topic of, we know that the money is not enough, so maybe if you can give us some good news if you're already starting to think about the next facility.
Yeah. I mean, at first, I think we all agree, yeah, on some of the points that you've made. I mean, you know, as Commission, for example, on Roma, we're very active and on several fronts. I think, you know, following it a little bit from the distance, I see a bit of a shift indeed, and the discussion around Roma is going a lot more around the economic opportunities in a way of participation in the labor market, and I think there has been a marked shift in the discussion over the last years, and I think that is something important to note. You know, gender equality, I mean, it's underlying, I think, of a lot what we are doing. It might not be a specific objective in the growth plan facility as such, but it underlies the work we are doing across the board on the accession process. Let's also, I mean, give the reforms a little bit of time and see what type of impact it will have on gender equality. Again, I would argue the whole drive of the reforms and the direction in terms of accelerating socioeconomic catching up, more dynamic economic growth will lead to some of these results as a consequence. Reconciliation, André, I mean, it's, well, it is very present in what we are saying, what we are writing. We are also, as you know, it is a condition for, it's part of our enlargement methodology. It is also something where I think we have probably relied a little bit too much on the judicial part in the past. You know, thinking that the judicial prosecution of war crimes indeed is in itself sufficient. That's clearly not the case. It is something where also our incoming or now new commissioner Kos, I think, is quite interested in. So we'll be looking at our own instruments again, what we can do to help and foster. We're also aware that it's not something you can necessarily, or in any case, not exclusively push from the outside. But we'll be looking at the type of initiatives that we can further help within the region, from the regional youth cooperation office, for example, to a number of other about school books and similar areas where we can look a little bit more into to foster reconciliation.
Thank you, Tatiana. I'll give you the floor for your final comments.
Thank you. I would like to address some of the points raised through the discussion by the public. One would be on gender involvement. I would shortly note that the secretariats of the 3 regional organizations which are in fact involved in the implementation of the common regional market action plan or dealing with enhancing regional cooperation are in fact led by women, which by itself speaks on the maybe positioning towards enabling woman empowerment within the Western Balkans region. And on our behalf, speaking on behalf of the business associations throughout the region, we commit a lot of efforts and attention to ensuring gender balance and economic empowerment of women throughout the Western Balkans region, because that is amongst one of the untapped opportunities for growth in the region. When it comes to the funds under the new growth plan, whether it is sufficient or not, I would maybe shortly point to the initial point on which I opened my intervention, that the key point at this stage is that the Western Balkans economies show a very big level of commitment and implementation on everything that has been set on the table. That would mean, when it comes to the terms of the growth plan, fully following the dynamics set out in the reform agendas which have been adopted, and fully using the funds which are available, whether it is a lot or not sufficient, it is there on the table to be used, and that itself would be a good signal for all of us to regroup and start actively positioning the region and its demands in the preparation of the new MFF that you previously mentioned, because on behalf of the region's private sector, yes, much more funds and financial support is needed if we are striving to bridge this convergence gap and actually getting up to the EU standards in several of the economic parameters.
Thank you. Nicole?
Thank you. First, a comment on human capital and security, and thank you, Andre, for bringing this up. Here in Kosovo, we do feel insecure, and I think that that is a key factor contributing to emigration. We lose, just in our office, for example, 2 to 3 staff every year who we train, work with, mentor 5 years, and then they go to Europe to work where salaries are better and where they know they will be safe. And so it's the economic opportunity, but it's also the fact that here in Kosovo, we still don't have a final political situation to the status of the country. And that contributes to very real fears about the future and what future this place has for youth, for their children. So also settling the security situation here, especially in Kosovo and Serbia, is very important and needs a bit more attention and focus from the EU in order to contribute to economic stability, not just in Kosovo and Serbia, but the entire region and the EU, quite frankly. On the growth plan, yes, it is seen in the agendas to mainstream gender, but unless there are objectives and indicators and targets or actions, as it says, this cannot be achieved and monitored. And we've learned this through years of experience in monitoring of IPA financing, among other financing of the EU. It's crucial that in addition to gender mainstreaming, well, actually, real gender mainstreaming includes involving indicators within each of the reforms that can be measured and reported on. Otherwise, it relies on goodwill and is often overlooked as not as important as other reforms. So we would ask for a real gender mainstreaming. And this can still be done. I mean, there are things contributing to gender equality in the reform agendas. It's true. So we hope that in the monitoring process now, there will be real dialogue with civil society, especially women's rights organizations who are actively monitoring on the ground the reforms, to see how these reforms are impacting diverse women and men, including Roma, youth, rural, and seeing how this is affecting them in their work. And the last point on the new MFF, we really do hope that there will be gender-responsive budgeting included within it as a clear dedication of the European Union. This would contribute to ensuring that all programming is supported by gender analysis, by evidence, and that there are clear indicators and targets in the future. So hopefully we'll have further dialogues on this in the coming months.
Well, thank you, Nicole and Andre, for bringing back the issue of security, because we know that security is not everything, but without security, anything is nothing. So let's keep that in mind too. Milica, your final words.
I would probably take this question, what can each of us do about the reconciliation? And I think working in an IFI, it's obviously contributing to initiatives that work towards regional integration and connectivity. So this creates more interaction, more conditions within which this important process can happen.
Well, thank you. Carlo, give us some little more hope to
really
close this panel.
short final conclusion from my side is that I think that we all really understand that the Western Balkans really has an immense potential that should still be used, especially in the economic terms and in infrastructural terms, and in connecting it even closer to the European Union. And I think that this is the most important part. Secondly, I fully agree, and I think that we all understand how immensely important the Western Balkans facility and the growth plan can be in this endeavor, but I think that honestly we all understand that it won't be the solution for all the problems of the 6 Western Balkan countries, and that we should really address and acknowledge this. And that although it is really the fact that this economic development is the base, is something crucial and central for the Western Balkan countries to come closer to the European Union, it's not everything. And I think that this issue of, and the question of reconciliation, but also of dealing with the past, the issue of the rule of law, of media freedom, all these a little bit less tangible issues are really very important, and in the end that they should not be neglected as well. But to conclude on a more positive note, I think that, and I really see the window of opportunity, I see really some quite promising signs, but it will be definitely also important to invest in these communication exercises, not only in the 6 countries which are unfortunately sometimes really understandably frustrated with the long process, but also here in Brussels and in some of the national capitals, but even broader in the EU, which has to understand that the accession of these countries is not only in their interest, but it's really in the interest of the EU as a whole. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the panelists, not only for participating in this panel and sharing your thoughts, but also for what you do day in and day out to really move the region closer to the European Union. So if the first panel, the most fancy panel of the conference summit, was more about the why. Why do we need the Western Balkans in the European Union? At the end is for the security and prosperity of the European Union, so for a Europe whole, free, and at peace. This panel was more about how do we do that, and that is even more challenging into achieving our objectives. So we'll continue the conversation. We'll have a light lunch upstairs. We'll reconvene here at 2 p.m. and the next panel will be on shared justice. We'll talk a lot about justice reforms and rule of law, which we all agreed it's the basis also for economic sustainable growth. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Доброго дня. Ви чуєте мене? Це Олександра.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the jingle means it's time to go back to work. So, nous voilà. Many thanks indeed to everybody in the room for staying loyal to this third and final session of our Western Balkans Summit. But then I think not only the star lineup of speakers, but also the seriousness of the topic explain why many of you are in the room with us for this final session. It's all about shared justice and how the region can develop a robust, well-resourced and effective judiciaries and systems of justice. So my name is Jamie Shea. If there's a different session, there has to be a different moderator. Variety is the spice of life. I'm a senior fellow here for Peace, Security and Defence. And obviously I'm deeply honoured, as always, to be given the opportunity to moderate, because that means I can ask all of the questions to which myself would be incapable of providing answers, and I can educate myself as we go forward. Now, as all of you know, there's no sort of democracy without the rule of law and without effective judiciaries. It's not only important for the preservation of citizens' freedoms and human rights, but very few outside investors will take a gamble on investing if there is due process and a system that regulates disputes. That's key. So if a judiciary is not functioning well, then a country's economies can't develop in the long run. It's easy for me to say all this. We all know that it's much more difficult to do it in practice. We need robust modern legal codes. We need professional judges, lawyers, prosecutors who are properly trained, coming out of a good legal academic system, and who have access to all of the modern tools of digitalization, of investigations, of researchers to do the job properly. We need a good police service which is able to serve the justice system by providing proper evidence. We need a self-corrective mechanism in the sense of appeals and different levels of justice, so that those who feel that they are wronged in the first verdict can at least have a second hearing before a final verdict or going to a Supreme Court. We need to make sure that judges are free from political pressure and intimidation. Somebody has to guard the guardians, as the Romans pointed out so many centuries ago, which means that the system has to be free of interference and manipulation or politicization. Not always easy, as we know, frankly, from the experience of our own Western democracies before we go preaching to anybody else. And of course, the justice system has to be able to tackle the big issues, not just, the chap who steals a car or somebody's handbag, but the corruption issues and the increasing prevalence of organized crime, which is a problem everywhere these days, particularly when in the field of financial crime or cybercrime, it becomes ever more, or cryptocurrency, ever more sophisticated and therefore difficult to investigate or to legislate on. And finally, public trust. People have to have trust in the system, even when it goes against them, that it's fair and that they have a chance to have access to justice. If it's too expensive, then it becomes the monopoly of the rich, not the average citizen. And that therefore they have to basically believe that no one is above the law and that it serves their interests. So this is a tall order. The countries of the Western Balkans, of course, in line with their EU accession, have been working on this issue now for decades already. But as they go towards accession, for those countries that are not yet EU members, and go through the various chapters of negotiations and get more assistance from the Commission and the EU institutions, particularly the new team that's now in place. Obviously, the questions that we want to ask today, and which our panel, I know, will answer, is, where do things stand? Let's all be candid in this room. What's been achieved? What remains to be done? What's going right? What's not going right? This is a multiple sort of piece of the jigsaw puzzle exercise to get right. Obviously, what do you expect people here in Brussels to be doing, and other institutions? We have Eurojust today, not just the European Parliament, obviously, that's fundamental. We have the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, so it's not just, Europe is not just here in Brussels, but clearly what can we do better? How can we help more, incentivize, but what do the countries in the region have to do themselves? As I mentioned, great panel. We've got Arben Fatai, the Deputy Prime Minister of North Macedonia, responsible, among many other things, no doubt, for good governance and transparency. Bojan Bezovic, the Justice Minister of Montenegro. We are going to have somebody on the screen after the first two panelists have spoken. Olha Stefanishina, the Deputy Prime Minister in Ukraine, from Kiev, who's also Minister of Justice, as well as having the European portfolio. The European Parliament, in the well-known presence of Helmut Brandstätter, who is on the Foreign Affairs Committee, but has a specialisation in the issues of the Western Balkans. We have, as I mentioned, the OSCE with Kyriakos Hadjigianni. I hope, Kyriakos, I'm pronouncing that correctly. Forgive me if I'm not. Who is the Special Representative for Southeastern Europe and the Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly. Alexander Van Dam, I mentioned Eurojust already, from The Hague. And last, but really by no means least, Erida, particularly as you are a partner of Friends of Europe, and maybe I should have put you first, but you're the Executive Director of the Albanian Helsinki Committee. That means we've got 7 speakers, so I'm going to ask everybody to be much briefer than me. Don't do what I did. 5 minutes for your introductory thoughts on those sort of general issues that I've mapped out. I promise to do my utmost to leave maximum time for Q&A engagement from the floor. So prepare your questions in advance, and we'll take as many as we can in the time that we have. So, Mr. Vice Prime Minister, may I call upon you first to give us your sense of how things are going in North Macedonia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you've painted the picture really nicely on what has to be done. What I will try to do on my end is to explain a bit what we've been doing in the last 6 months. As you know, we are a new government. We yielded a plebiscitary victory in the last election of May with 62% of the vote and close to a 2/3 majority, if not already a 2/3 majority by now. One of the reasons why we yielded this plebiscitary victory was corruption, crime, and the lack of the rule of law. We know as North Macedonia that for years and years we've had requests from international partners to show a stronger track record when it comes to fighting crime and corruption. Yet in 2023, 2024, as the year passes, we have had exactly 0 final conviction in high-level corruption cases. Obviously, we need to deliver on that. We have now to walk the walk instead of talking the talk, and this is what we are doing exactly as a new government. We have 4 top priorities. On top of them is EU integration, obviously, economic development, decentralization, and the fight against corruption. As you said, we need to restore the trust of citizens in our institutions. We need to ensure independence of the judiciary and to uphold the rule of law. These are exactly the strategic priorities of my government. Because if we don't have a functioning rule of law, if prosecutors and judges continue not to act in accordance with the law and the constitutions, we won't have economic development, we won't have foreign investments, and our citizens will continue leaving the country. Over the last couple of decades, we've had hundreds of thousands of people leaving, and we have to stop that. So what is our baseline as a new government? We have, as I've just explained, inherited a quite difficult situation. Only 2% of our citizens trust the judicial system in the country. This is according to international organizations' polls. It's not just a statistic, it's a reflection of a deep disillusion and frustration among citizens. This comes for several reasons. One of them I've addressed earlier. Another one is insufficient funding in the judiciary, law enforcement, and anti-corruption institutions, which leads in turn to shortages in human resources. Just to give you some more statistics, out of 608 judges we need as a country, we have 261 vacant positions, 43% vacancies. In the prosecution, out of 266 required, we have 88 vacant positions, more than a third here. So how do we change this? Together with our international partners, together with the European Union, we have laid out a very clear, actionable agenda, which is called the reform agenda. It was discussed in the earlier sessions under the growth plan. The first priority in this reform agenda, when it comes to the rule of law, anti-corruption, and independence of the judiciary, is the reform of the Judicial Council, especially in areas related to disciplinary actions and appeals procedures for judges who don't act as they should. Equally important is to rebuild judicial integrity. We are working to improve the processes on how judges and prosecutors are selected, appointed, evaluated, and if necessary, dismissed. So, under the reform agenda, we are planning to undertake a systemic reform of the justice sector. This will include a set of laws, including the law on the Judicial Council, the law on public prosecutors and the Council of Public Prosecutors, and the laws on governing judges and prosecutors' salaries. But improving the system is not just about bringing new laws. We have had many laws in the past. The issue, like in other countries in the Western Balkans, is implementation and political will to implement the laws and the policies that we have adopted. We, as a new government, need to urgently fill the vacant positions in the system. We need to put our money where our mouth is, and we are doing just that. We are in the second reading of the budget for next year. We will see that there will be increased investments in the judiciary, in anti-corruption institutions, and law enforcement. My role, as you said, is to coordinate good governance, anti-corruption activities, and I'm doing just that with the intersectoral body on fighting corruption, which is basically our interinstitutional mechanism to facilitate, to implement the anti-corruption strategy of the state. And we have already taken some steps to make it more inclusive, to make it more concrete. I have passed a government decision to, for the first time, have civil society as a full member, as a voting member of the intersectorial body. And we are working with our European partners, with the United Nations agencies, to make this body more concrete and stronger, politically speaking. Because, as I said, it's not enough to act laws and policies. We need to build a culture of accountability and transparency at all levels with our citizens, with media, and with international partners.
Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, three great things about your presentation. Number one, frank. Number two, full of information. Number three, succinct. So thank you. That's a good example, hopefully for all of the other panelists as well. But you've got us off there, sir, to an excellent start. Now I turn to Minister Bozovic, please, to give us a perspective from Montenegro. The floor is yours, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much. I hope that we can hear. Yeah, everything is okay.
All's well.
Well, respected panel members, dear colleagues, as you know, by adopting the so-called IBAR law, along with the acceptance of the recommendations from the Venice Commission as well as the European Commission, which has led to noticeable advantages within the new legislative framework. Last week, after several years, Montenegro at least managed to successfully appoint the President of the Supreme Court with a full mandate without the interference of the executive power in this process. Specifically, in line with the recommendation of the European Commission that the Minister of Justice should not be a part of the Judicial Council, within which the President of the Supreme Court is appointed, the Minister of Justice did not take part in the voting. Furthermore, He will initiate constitutional amendments on this basis, of which during this year he will formally cease to be a member in these bodies. Also, I have to say that our responsibility now is to enhance our efforts by increasing the prosecution of high-level corruption and organized crime cases, as well as final verdicts that will validate the indictments. Also, by creating better working conditions within the judiciary, we aim to encourage new generations of lawyers to pursue this profession. Also, I have to say a few things. If we want to continue this process, if we want to see Montenegro or Western Balkan countries as new members of EU, we have to try to create Western Balkans country as not only democratic country, but also a country where we can cooperate together, because we have a very, very similar challenges. My dear colleague from Albania mentioned a few of them, and I don't want... North Macedonia, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. Just my misunderstanding. Sorry. We have to say...
Albania is on your right.
Yeah, no, because of that I mentioned, because we had a short speech. We have to say that we have very, very similar problems. I know. And we have to organize these things not only in Brussels. We have to do this in Western Balkan countries. And because of that, we fully support Friends of Europe and your ideas. And I hope that during this panel, we will have a chance to have concrete efforts to try to do everything that we have. So, in Montenegro, we're preparing the new legislative framework, and we want to implement this as soon as possible in accordance with the goals from the Special State Prosecutor Service and, of course, Agency for Anti-Corruption. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister. Just one quick thing, if I may, just because I think the audience would be interested. You've come very far in closing the judicial chapters of your EU negotiation process with the sort of temporary, I understand, approval. What do you still have to do to get over the line for the final approval?
Well, I always said a few things. If you want to have a positive IBAR, you have to see European Commission and Venice Commission recommendations as the duties. That is not only recommendations. So we have, and we had in the previous period, very big plan to adopt our legislative framework in accordance with this. Also, after that, we're preparing roadmap to try to close chapter 23 in the end of 26.
Right.
So that is our plan, not only for these chapters, but for all chapters. And just to mention that we hope that during this year we will close 4 chapters for Montenegro, and that is a very big goal for us in this moment. After that, too many chapters during 2025, and the last one in the 26.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much. Now, I just have to check with my team here. Do we have Oha on the line? If not, we'll go to Hermit. Is always the technical thing. Is the line up? Not yet? Not yet. So we'll move on then. So I'll have to just to change the order. Improvisation is what good moderators always have to be able to do. So Helmut, I'd be grateful if we could turn to you. Obviously, the exam question, as you know, would be how can the European Parliament, with your legislative and oversight roles, help to ensure that the justice reform efforts in the Western Balkans remain a priority? And how do you sort of keep the Commission on its toes as well when it sort of moves forward here? Be glad to get your perspective, sir. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. First of all, I want to say that's so fascinating about the European Parliament, because we come from all these countries, and it is our job to make sure that this process is working well, and we have a lot of rights, and a lot of duties also in order to follow this process. And I will talk about a few of them. But the other thing is also that we have our voters at home, and we have to explain to them what we are doing here. And since we're here between friends, I can tell you that in Austria, I'm from Austria, some people ask, and we have a very good relationship with many Western Balkan countries, Austrian companies, big investors there, but still people ask me, oh, do we really have to take them? And then we got to pay for it, and so on and so forth. So that's why for me it is important. First of all, I say, yes, I want them to be part of the European Union, because if we have a secure European Union together and we have friends around us, it's very good for our security. It's very good for our economy. That's also very important. But the third thing is, of course, we have to watch out carefully if they do what you just, the two of you, two ministers just talked about, if rule of law is really working, and if we can trust each other. So that is our job now in the Parliament, because at the end, the European Parliament will have to vote on the accession on all the countries. So we need all this information, and we get the information, because that's also a very important point. We ask the Commission. So the commissioners and the people from the Commission come to us. We just had a meeting in AFET, and we were talking about Ukraine, and I'm very happy to see my friend Olga there already. We talked about Ukraine, and they told us what the steps of Ukraine, and of course Olga will explain it now to us. So we can, should I interrupt now? Do you want to take
No,
her?
I would think probably the best thing is just to finish, so that you have the coherence of your remarks. Olga is now with us. She is the next speaker, so if Olga can be patient for just a couple of more minutes, she's nodding. So the signs are looking good. So please complete your remarks.
Just a few words, and I'm really happy to see you, and that's also a very, very important point. I'm always very impressed, and we met many times, and we talked about accession to the European Union, and I was always really impressed by the work the Verkhovna Rada is doing now during a war. That's very complicated, and also what the government is doing, and I have a huge respect of Olga and her team and everybody. But then when I go to the Western Balkans, they say, so you prefer the Ukrainians now, what about us? And I said, no. And yesterday we had in the AFET, in the Foreign Committee, we had people from the Verkhovna Rada, and they said, no, we want to be part of the European Union, but on a merit-based process. So we always talk about the same. It's merit-based, and it's not about this country or that country. It's always about merit-based. But one more thing I want to also say, we also go as parliamentarians to those countries, and we talk to the legislators. And we want to see what happened there and where they made progress, where they see they still have problems, and then I ask them, where can we help you? And sometimes it's important to talk within the European Union about their issues, because then probably it's easier to solve them back home. And last thing, we also will talk about civil society. That's also for me very important to meet people from the civil society, because sometimes, and it's not only in the Western Balkans, people from civil society speak a little differently from that what politicians tell you. So that for me is also important, what is civil society thinking, and that is also something which we do very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So as everybody knows, you can see on the screen, we now have Olga Stefanishina, the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine, Minister of Justice as well, so quite a big portfolio. Madam Deputy Prime Minister, you're a friend of Friends of Europe, so thank you always for your loyalty, and thank you for agreeing to be with us. Pity you can't be with us in Brussels, but it's good to see you on the screen, and you're looking well. I suppose, Madam Deputy Prime Minister, our audience wants to know to what degree, given the very difficult situation that we all face now, obviously with so much emphasis on the military assistance for your country, what place does judicial reform occupy on the government agenda? Despite the very difficult circumstances, how much progress are you able to make in this area? What kind of challenges do you face? How much help do you feel that you're getting from the Commission and the European Union? And as this is a summit, as you know, basically focused on the Western Balkans, although we've also been hearing from Moldova and, of course, Ukraine as part of the EU enlargement process, is the experience of the Western Balkans, which started the EU accession process a bit earlier than Ukraine. Is that sort of experience that it can be useful? Do you have a dialogue with the Western Balkans in the area of justice? And how productive is it? So lots of questions. You're probably going to say, sorry, Mr. Moderator, I don't have time to answer all of those, but we're looking very much forward to what you have to tell us. And the microphone is now open for you. Please.
Thank you, Jamie, and all the colleagues in the panel and the audience. I really know many of you, and I want to say that the friends of Europe are our friends because we are the defenders of Europe, but also in Ukraine, the vast majority of Ukrainian people is not only support Ukraine's membership to EU, but as the major driving force behind this process. One key message on my side, I think it's very obvious that the newly onboarded European Commission endorsed by European Parliament, and I'm really grateful to colleagues for making this happen in a rather dynamic way, is the Commission which will bring the new members to European Union. And I think the task is that EU prepared for the enlargement to become a larger European Union with new member states. And here, I think there's no difference between whether it's like Eastern European angle or Western Balkans, whether it's Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, or Western Balkan countries. The European Commission has to play a crucial role in making sure that EU is prepared for enlargement, and I think this is all overall priority, and we all, as in the enlargement countries, have to contribute that to the extent it's possible. And at the same time, it requires that we make sure that the dynamics and the procedure of the accession is serving the purpose of the next 5-year ambition to prepare for the enlargement, meaning that all enlargement countries should act as one to continue making enlargement policy a success, a major geopolitical goal of European Union within this decade. And I do not exaggerate saying this, because this decision to start the accession process for Ukraine, to grant Ukraine candidate status, has seriously enriched European Union and strengthened its position as a geopolitical player. And I think this role should only be enhanced. Of course, as the acceding country, we are doing our best to make sure that we are coordinated internally and that the accession process goes smoothly. We coordinate our efforts with all the enlargement countries. We are very much synchronized with Moldova as we are going hand in hand according to the calendar, but we also doing our best to exchange the experiences, the knowledges, building personal contacts across the governments of the all enlargement countries. And I think this is the only way to go. Just a week ago, all the negotiators have had a meeting in Chisinau to discuss the milestones and opportunities of the process. And we also expect to have the same meeting in Kiev. And earlier this meeting has been take place in Serbia, if I'm not mistaken. So it is a dynamic engagement and intercoordination. And I think we all are serving to a bigger goal, larger, more secure and more strong union, which protects our values, which protects democracy and grants the security within the continent. And I think this is the ultimate goal, which should be on top of any other discussion and in the minds of every decision maker at every step of the way. I think it's a very important angle on the democratic reforms and the rule of law reforms, and how is it has merged or meshed to the ongoing aggression of the Russian Federation. We, of course, understand that it's a key milestone of the key pillar of the accession, and criteria for membership, but for Ukraine, preserving the democracy, strengthening the democracy, and advancing the democracy, it's an element of our survival. And in parallel to surviving through the military aggression, and it's also very important that we survive as a state, as the functioning democracy, functioning state, meaning functioning institutions and in unity between all the political groups. And this is a separate, huge task, which is not less important than deterring against the Russian aggression. So we mobilize all efforts in that regard. And just before opening the first 8 chapters of the accession within this fundamental cluster, Ukraine will present the strategies and the visions and the roadmaps in the area of functioning of democratic institutions, but also in the area of rule of law, meaning that this would be a vision of my country before accession, making sure that we do our contribution in advancing democracy, sustaining and preserving the rule of law in our country, and mainstreaming anti-corruption efforts. So this is more or less how the picture looks, and I think we all have to remember that every individual role, whether it's a European Parliament, whether it's member states or the enlargement countries or European institution, is vital at this historic momentum of time, and this decade would define the Europe for the new generations. And it's our joint work and the job we're doing on a daily basis to make sure that our children, the next generations of Europeans, would really cherish and enjoy the values and the wealthiness we produce together and we save and defend together today.
Deputy Prime Minister, thanks very much. Encouraging to know that despite all of the stresses, of course, of the military strategic situation, the Russian aggression, you still find the political space and the energy to work on the EU accession process. It's important, of course, for the future and to deal with these issues. Great to hear that you're working with your other enlargement fellow countries across the region. And I imagine that here in Brussels, people like Helmut will have picked up from the EU side that you're developing specific roadmaps linked to the initial 8 chapters to cluster, particularly prioritising the rule of law. So good news and all encouragement from our side. I imagine, Madam Deputy Prime Minister, you probably don't have time to stay on the screen for the Q&A because we still have a few speakers before we get there. So we won't be at all offended if you switch off and go back to all of your other tasks, in which case, again, on all of our behalf, many thanks for joining us today. If you did stay on the screen, of course, there'll be questions for you later, but I leave that entirely to your schedule today and to your discretion. But again, thank you for joining us and hope to see you back again here in person very, very soon. You're always very welcome. Thank you. I now turn to Kyriakos, and I mentioned the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the Voice of Vienna, as we often call it, also the Parliamentary Assembly, as well as the other different institutions of the OSCE as well. A long track record in supporting the rule of law, of course, monitoring elections, human rights monitoring, institution building, over many years. So it would be good, Kyriakos, if you could sort of give us a sense of where things stand today in terms of your activities. And as you're in Brussels, to what extent do you sort of work independently or in close cooperation, for example, with the EU and its institutions, particularly when it comes to the Western Balkans? And again, thanks for joining us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to join this so important discussion on justice reform in the region of Western Balkan and actually in Southeast Europe. And I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers for bringing us together to address such a critical and complex issue, which is at the heart of democracy, rule of law, and of course, protection of human rights. The OSCE and by us as Parliamentary Assembly is a long-standing partner of the Western Balkans, is deeply committed to supporting justice systems that are fair, inclusive, and resilient. Today, I would like to share some reflections on the key challenges we face, the progress achieved, and the opportunities that lie ahead to strengthen the justice systems that serve all people equally. Reforming justice system is an inherently complex task and demands sustained commitment and collaboration. While progress has been made, systemic weaknesses persist in ensuring judicial independence, accountability, and the fight against corruption. These gaps undermine public trust and weaken the foundation of justice. Marginalized communities, including women, minorities, and vulnerable groups, still face barriers to accessing justice. This perpetuates cycles of exclusions and inequality. Justice reforms cannot occur in isolation. Transitional issues such as organized crimes and cross-border legal challenges require robust regional collaboration. Despite these challenges, the Western Balkans has demonstrated its commitment to reform. The integration of EU standards, partnerships with organizations like OSCE, and the establishment of transitional justice mechanisms have paved the way for notable achievements. Continuous professional development for judges and prosecutors is ensuring the consistent application of laws and principles. New legislation aligned with European standards is being adopted across the region with a focus on safeguarding judicial independence. Civil society, as you mentioned before, has been instrumental in holding institutions accountable and amplifying the voice of those who are often left unheard. We have to give very big attention to the civil society, their role, and also the need for special law about the human rights defenders and the NGOs. As we look for the future, I argue us ought to embrace the following priorities. Strengthen judicial independence is a matter to the Western Balkans. Governments and international partners must continue to shield the judiciary from undue political influence while building mechanisms that promote accountability and transparency. We know in many different systems how it goes actually, and too much interferences from political to the judiciary system. Invest in access to justice should be a priority. Legal aid services, educational rights, and tailored support for marginalized communities are essential to bridging the gap between laws and lived realities. Enhanced regional cooperation is important to the region. Collaborative efforts such as joint investigation, knowledge sharing platforms, and cross-border legal assistance will fortify justice systems and contribute to stability across the region. Public trust is the cornerstone of any justice system. Clear communication, consistent applications of law, and open dialogue with communities can help rebuild confidence in institutions. In closing, let me emphasize that justice is not only about laws, courts, or procedures. It is about people. It is about ensuring that every individual, regardless of their background, has equal access to their rights and the protection of the law. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly and I, as Vice President of the Assembly and Special Representative of Southeast Europe, remains deeply committed to supporting the region. I believe in this region. This year, we launched the Interparliamentary Forum of Delegations from Southeast Europe, beginning with the first event in Tirana in Albania. Since then, we have held additional forum in Bucharest as a side event, and the second in Montenegro in September. The next forum is scheduled for Rome about crimes, and the end of January, followed by another in Greece, and at the end of March. These forums bring together members of parliaments from regions and beyond, including representatives from Italy, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and Slovenia. Parliamentary diplomacy, both within and from the region, plays a vital role in addressing shared challenges. Through these forums, we engage in meaningful discussion on common issues that are critical for the region's development. During my visit to the Western Balkans, I have witnessed the readiness of OSCE field operations to continue supporting the region on its transformation journey. Together, we share commitment and a collective vision. We can build justice systems that uphold the principles of fairness, inclusion, and for all, accountability. Thank you, and I look forward to the valuable insight and exchange during this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyriakos, and also thanks for reminding us that at the end of the day, this also means individuals and citizens and everybody from the top to the bottom, if you like, of society, perhaps in terms of wealth, but still being able to trust and have access to the judicial system. That's the big challenge, but the criterion of success. Thank you for that. We now go to Alexander Van Dam. You know already that he represents Eurojust. He's the member of the Eurojust Board on Relations with Partners, and he's the national member representing the Netherlands on the European Union's Judicial Cooperation Unit. Eurojust, Alexander's been a bit in the news recently because you're gathering all of this evidence on war crimes in Ukraine. That's not our topic today, but obviously Eurojust is very much at the sharp end, if you like, in terms of facilitating knowledge sharing and training programs with the judicial authorities in the Western Balkans, helping them to meet the sort of technical, I imagine, professional standards. So it'd be very interesting to hear from you how it's all going and what you see, again, the successes and the future challenges. So thanks again for coming down from The Hague today. Sorry about the weather in Brussels, but it's probably not much better up there. But the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much for inviting Eurojust, and thank you, dear panelists and dear audience. Yes, I am representing Eurojust today. Eurojust is the EU agency for judicial cooperation, and we are all the EU member states are represented in The Hague. So we have 27 EU national members for the European Union member states in The Hague. And as the chairman said, I represent the Netherlands in that college. But we also have 11 liaison prosecutors. At the moment, and now go back to the question, Mr. Chairman, Eurojust is implementing a 4-year project funded by the Instrument for Pre-Accession Assistance, and it's called the Western Balkan Criminal Justice Project, which supports ongoing cross-border investigation on organized crime and organizes knowledge-based activities and trainings for judicial authorities of the Western Balkan. The project started back in September 2012 and has supported so far Western Balkan judicial authorities in 29 cross-border criminal investigations, including 5 so-called joint investigation teams. And more than 533 Western Balkan prosecutors and investigators attended regional workshops. We also organize peer-to-peer trainings, both in The Hague and in the region. Inspired by the Eurojust model and the success we have built over the past 20 years, the project aims to step up judicial cooperation not only between the Western Balkans and EU member states, but just as much within the Western Balkan region. The countries in the region have the candidate status for the European Union, and they are, as we see it, the future EU member states. And it is important, and that's what we heard from the speakers before me, it's important that they get more and more familiar and equipped with the EU-style tools of cooperation. And the project fits perfectly well in the European Commission's overall approach to bring the Western Balkan region closer to the EU and using EU tools and instruments for judicial cooperation. Eurojust and the Western Balkan project offer an adequate environment for EU and Western Balkan practitioners to share good practices and information about cases in a secure and professional manner. And we have to build trust and enhance judicial cooperation between them. And we have signed cooperation agreement with many non-EU states, and several of them have seconded liaison prosecutors to Eurojust. And I just mentioned Albania, Montenegro, and Serbia. Eurojust also works closely with other EU agencies like Europol, Frontex, and the EPO, the European Public Prosecution Office for fraud cases. That means that all the expertise that Western Balkan practitioners may need in the fight against organized crime in the region is right there at Eurojust, and is now available for all the Western Balkan countries at the moment. As the region continues its path towards EU membership, cooperation between judicial and law enforcement authorities within the Western Balkans is just as critical as their collaboration with EU member states. And this cooperation is essential not only to tackle shared security challenges, but also to strengthen the judicial response to serious cross-border crime. And with the project being implemented by Eurojust, we are able to provide our beneficiaries with that what they need to enhance their efforts in combating transnational crime, which is key to uphold the rule of law and meet accession criteria and comply with EU standards. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Alexander. It's interesting what you say, that working on these instruments of the rule of law helps to a government to drive reform in other areas. You know, it's a kind of force multiplier, if you like, for when you're dealing with other issues. Also, it's in our interest, because if the Western Balkans countries have the rule of law, it makes it easier then for us to cooperate with them on organised crime and smuggling and drugs and all these nasty things. So we get a plus out of it ourselves, and not simply the local democracies. It facilitates cooperation. So thank you. Those were simply two things that I picked up which struck me as being interesting and significant. Anyway, we'll come back to all of that in the Q&A in just a moment. Arida, you've been very patient. Thank you for that. Arida Skendai, as I mentioned before, the Executive Director of the Albanian Helsinki Committee. So but at least as you have the sort of final word of the speakers, what you say will be remembered most by the audience. No, who knows? But you made some very good points at our dinner yesterday evening on the general sort of strategic environment for judicial reform, and I'd be very happy if you repeated all of that to this audience today. But anyway, it's up to you to give us a sense of what's happening in Albania, but also, you know, your sense of the broader region too. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Jamie. It's an honor to be part of this distinguished panel, and for sure to share the model of Albania regarding the judiciary reform. We started the reformation of the judiciary 10 years ago because of the perceptions of public, like in Macedonia. We had a lot of concerns regarding the independence of judiciary, the fact that a lot of judges and prosecutors were corrupted, and also very critics from the Transparency International, Freedom House, human rights organizations, watchdog organizations. So basically, all this panorama, taking into consideration especially the public interest, led the Albanian parliament to do the reform in the judiciary and to make major changes in constitution and in the legislation of judiciary. It was not easy. despite the fact that in the time I worked as legal advisor in the parliament, and I know how much devotion and passion we invented and we pushed in this process, and we wanted an independent judiciary that keeps the parliaments and the executive accountable. That's very crucial for the check and balances among the powers in Albania. But we had this kind of different new institutions that we built that were very relevant for the Albanian context, and we made also consultation with Venice Commission that considered especially some of the harsh measures of the judicial reform as necessary to fight the corruption and to fight the impunity of corruption in Albania. One of these measures was the vetting. For those that do not recognize what is vetting of judges and prosecutors, it's a transitory process with administrative nature that means scrutiny of judges and prosecutors regarding their assets, integrity, and professionalism made by independent institutions. And in the final, or after you have been scrutinized very closely, not only the judges and the prosecutors, but also their families, because you can hide assets with the names of familiars. You can be confirmed in duty or you can be dismissed. And also, through the vetting process, we foresee a lot of resigning because of the fear from the vetting. But those that leave the process did not have the opportunity for 15 years to come and to be judges and prosecutors. And after 8 years, it was a long vetting process. In the first instance, only 47% out of 800 judges and prosecutors, only 47% have been confirmed in duty, and all the others were removed due to the dismissals or resigning. And that created a lot of vacancies. That is one of our main challenges, because we aim through the judicial reform to regain the public trust, but now citizens want justice in a very reasonable time. And the cases are being increased because of the vacancies. So the judiciary stock is very high, and for that reason we are increasing the numbers of new magistrates that are being part of the system through the School of Magistrate. Still, we didn't invent it, vetting model. We saw the other models, and also Western Balkan countries can study our model, what has been good and what has a challenge that should be addressed. We saw the Ukraine model that has been criticized by the Venice Commission. We saw the model in Serbia, where the judges and prosecutors that have been removed by vetting came in office because the Constitutional Court in Serbia said that the due legal process has not been respected, and we ensure the best standards for the due legal process of judges and prosecutors. Some of those that have been removed by the system now are in the Strasbourg Court. Only in 2 cases the Strasbourg Court has noted violation of due legal process, so the trend of the decisions that the Strasbourg has given so far is much in favor of the vetting process, with differences of the cases that I mentioned, but there are several applications pending before the Strasbourg Court. And also, one of the successful models, in my consideration, that the judicial reform has produced is the creation of a special prosecution against corruption and organized crime and special courts that still we didn't invent it. Also the structures, we saw the models of Romania and the Croatia model as well. In these 3 last years, we couldn't believe to see investigated former presidents, former deputy prime ministers, former ministers, former mayors, judges, prosecutors that have been charged with criminal accusations before the court. Some of them have been punished. So we can say that we had good results in terms of fighting impunity, but still we cannot say that we fighted corruption. Corruption is still highly perceived in Albania, and it's not only an issue of criminal measures, because we cannot pull all the people in jail. We know about that. Also, there are the human rights, overcrowding, etc., etc. But the whole society shall cooperate and shall give the contribution. We are working a lot with integrity models in the government, but also in business sector, and also we are creating networks with other human rights organizations in order to do in continuous way watchdog and public, also to create public trust in the new institutions of judiciary system. It's very crucial to keep also new institutions accountable, because we are in Balkan. And in Balkan, we have the same context. We come from totalitarian regimes. We know each other, and even if we don't know, if we ask some questions, we will have a common person that we know. So the links are there, and it's very important that these bodies to be immune from the links related to the politics, with the business interest, with the organized crime interest, etc. And for that, we should not say that we have absolute trust in the institutions, but we have to take them accountable and to monitor them in a persistent way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita. It's very interesting. There's a kind of dual sort of process here. You have to sort of protect good society from bad judges and bad society from good judges, if I can put it that way. It's a sort of a two-way process, right? Yes. And thanks again for your frankness. I should add, I should have said this at the beginning, but Rita knows this very well, that Friends of Europe and the Albania-Helsinki Committee sort of cooperate on a shared justice journey, which has been addressing some of these key issues with a number of meetings in the region where you've hosted us. Not me, unfortunately, but at least my colleague Dharmendra Kanani. So again, thanks a lot for being our partner on that. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I've done a brilliant job of moderating because I've left some time for Q&A, and we'll come to that right away. Let me just say on this that, as always, please introduce yourselves. And as we've got 6 people on the panel, very helpful for me if you could say to whom your question is directed, if it's not a question for everybody, so that then we can get to them right away. Normally, the good way is to take a couple of questions in advance and then have successive rounds until we run out of time. But before we get there, we have a partner for this Balkan Summit this year, which is the Mondo and Wireless Media Group Foundation Company, represented by Bojana Simonjic Jelisevac. And as our privileged discussant, I would like to invite her to perhaps lead us off with some remarks before we begin. So, Madam, thanks for being our partner. As entirely up to you. You can stand up, sit down. You obviously prefer to stand up, so please go ahead.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to address this summit, everybody watching from home and everybody here in person, and of course our esteemed panelists. I'm from Wireless Media Group, the leading digital publishing house in the Western Balkans. So I know I don't have a lot of time, so I will try to keep it succinct. Trust and communication has been something that we've all seen is a huge issue yesterday in the pre-summit dinner and also today on all the panels. So what I wanted to touch upon as a subject is, and I think the previous panelists maybe had an easier job than you, it's really easy to explain what an economic benefit is. But we see that it's a challenge to explain what the benefit of building a fairer and more inclusive system in the region in terms of judicial reform could mean for, I believe you said this is about people. And this may not be something that's fully understandable and relatable to somebody just being at home. What does this mean for me? So also vacancies are a huge issue. I had a completely different question planned, but listening to all of you, I feel that there's a lot of shared challenges. So my question would be, for young people who are supposed to come up into those positions when corruption is weaned out, how do we educate and inspire and empower them to come into those positions?
Okay.
anybody that feels like answering this
No,
question.
there's
is
very
welcome.
good questions. So
Thank you.
developing more of a narrative about the benefits of the rule of law, which is not just for experts, and also making the profession an attractive one. My daughter has just started in the UK and is earning absolutely buttons. Indeed, making it not just ideologically speaking attractive, but also something that is something that motivate people to go in that direction. Very good questions. We will take a couple of others before I bring in the panel. So, sir, you had your hand up first. There's a microphone that's coming along. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Jenő Tucai. I am an EU official, but also a professor of the College of Europe in Bruges. And some questions in my personal capacity, mainly academic. I teach this subject for 27 years, and one of the key issues is about the constitutional courts. When we talk about rule of law, I think, and you look at the experiences of the current member states, then you can see that it is not so easy to prepare your constitutional court or judicial system to accept the principle of primacy of EU law, especially what relates the constitutional court and the hierarchy of norms after accession, namely that in certain cases even your constitution is subjected to EU law and the rulings of the constitutional courts. So how you are preparing your constitutional courts in the respective candidate countries represented here to accept this? Because as we see it from experiences of the current member states, it is sometimes extremely difficult, even after 15 or 20 years after accession. The second question goes to the Prime Minister from North Macedonia. You mentioned the salaries. You are responsible, if I understand well, the judges and prosecutors' salaries. I wrote an article in 2001 concerning Western Balkan.
Sir, I'm going to be very impolite and you're going to forgive me, but can you go directly to the question, please?
The question.
And then we can take that question and then have a few more as well.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, not at all. It's just, unfortunately, I'm under the dictatorship
ensure
of the
the catch-up of the salaries of your judges? I think this is an extremely difficult problem. And finally, to the Minister of Justice of Montenegro, you mentioned that the recommendations of the Commission and of the Venice Commission practically are duties, not just recommendations. How do you see in this context the rulings of the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg? I would add those also to the duties to implement in the candidate countries, also looking at the current experiences in member states that sometimes the rulings of the European Court of Justice is not so easy to implement. Thank you.
You've given us a very big dinner. Now we have to digest it. Okay, so lots of elements there. The two ministers were, I think, in the forefront of those questions. How to develop a narrative on the benefits of the rule of law. We all know about economics and jobs and prosperity. We've got the issue of how to make the profession attractive for people, the primacy of the rule of law and all of these constitutional issues. And then, of course, looking at things like duties and Venice commissions and the European Court of Human Rights. So, Minister, please, it looks as if you're ready to get going. So, floor is yours first.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. When we speak about the European Court of Human Rights and relations between Montenegro, absolutely every judgment in this context is a duty for Montenegro. And I think in this moment we have almost 100% of accession, these duties and recommendations, and of course enforcement of this judgment in our society. In accordance with that, we now in the Center for Education for the Judges and State Prosecutors, we have one or two subjects where our practitioners are preparing for the practices of the European Court in Luxembourg. So I hope that we will be prepared for this. But I absolutely agree, that is the process, that is a mission, and I can fully understand your recommendation to us to hurry up in this process, and I hope that we will be, especially if we want to be the new member until 2028. So this is our also mission. In accordance about other questions, I just want to say that maybe we will have also probably in some model this process of vetting in Montenegro. Why? Because we want to create the new culture in our judiciary system in accordance of anti-corruption elements. Why? Because we want to encourage the new generation to be part of this. Of course, my dear panelists will probably continue this process and answering of this question, but I just trying in short to be concrete.
Thank you very much. And the microphone is passed to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you. Minister of Justice has already addressed some of the issues. When it comes to North Macedonia, I think broadly speaking, it's unfortunate to say, but young people are still very interested by public sector jobs.
Good.
I believe that shouldn't be the case, honestly. I think young people should be interested by the private sector, should be interested to create their own businesses, should be interested to lead innovation. And we are trying to do that. Since we started 6 months ago, there have been hundreds of millions of euros of foreign investments coming in, energy sector, innovative sectors, broadly speaking, and we have a very specific focus in that. Salaries are what they are in our region and in our country. But I don't think it's about salaries. Unfortunately, I mean, in North Macedonia, we had a trauma a few years back with a special prosecution for anti-corruption that was set up around 16, 17, which was a team of prosecutors who were highly paid. These were the best paid people in the country. I'm speaking about public wages. Yet, the chief prosecutor ended up carrying bags of money to close cases, to basically organize impunity. So we had a trauma with that special prosecution. We are, I mean, looking at experiences of Albania, Moldova earlier was also here represented with experience on vetting. I'm very glad to hear that Montenegro is also looking at vetting. I think, you know, those things need to go hand in hand. We need, of course, to pay our people well across all sectors and especially in law enforcement and judiciary, but we also need to make sure that these people stick to the rules and that, I mean, they don't feel, you know, above the law like has happened in the past. So we need, you know, in the short run in North Macedonia, we have, you know, those very concrete tasks under the reform agenda, but I've been talking to the Minister of Justice, the Prime Minister, and we will need at some point to also introduce elements of vetting in the justice sector and even beyond, potentially. When it comes to the Constitutional Court, I mean, Constitutional Court in North Macedonia, unfortunately, I mean, has been in the news a few times on political topics that are difficult for the country. As you know, North Macedonia, I mean, our system is based on the Badinter principles when it comes to parliament. Laws that touch specific issues are voted with double majority of MPs and a majority of MPs representing communities. The Constitutional Court can undo laws that are brought with the double majority, which is quite unfortunate. In the next few days, we are expecting some difficulties around the law on the use of languages, which is has been challenged in 18 in North Macedonia, and we will see what they're going to come up with. But the intel I have as of today is that members of the Constitutional Court who are from non-majority communities will not attend the session, and we'll see. We will see what comes out of that. But the Constitutional Court, I mean, is like the rest of the justice sector, basically. I mean, you know, you have people who go straight from Parliament to the Constitutional Court, and it is sometimes problematic. And we should, you know, like looking also at examples of, I don't know, France, other countries in the European Union, introduce measures that prevent you from transitioning from politics to the justice system. You need a cool-off period.
Cool-off, yeah.
And this is also something I'm interested to push forward, so that we avoid such situations where you end up with extremely politicized justice institutions of people who just go from the benches of parliament to becoming a judge or a prosecutor. That shouldn't happen.
Many thanks. I think, Herman, Carrick, you wanted to come. Could I ask, obviously please do, but briefly please, because we're then going to have more rounds of questions.
Very shortly, I just counted it's 46 years ago I finished my law studies in Vienna, and then I went to the different courts to practice. And I didn't want to become a judge because it was boring. And that's the best thing you can say about the judiciary system. It's boring. But in these countries, it's going to be very, very important. And I think what I would tell young people in these countries who finish a law study, you make a difference. You make a difference, and you're very important for really building up this country, and that this can be a very good impetus and a good, normal, a normal payment is important. But you make a difference. You're very important for this country. I think this is what I would tell them.
Thank you. Okay, we'll give that a try, and then we'll come back next year and see if that works. Please, Kyriakos, you had a quick remark as well.
Also very short. I mean, the public trust is the key issue. And it's not so easy. We can invest to create a trust or public trust for many years, many decades, and we can lose it just in one day or in 1 minute. And this is the reason why we have to invest on judges or prosecutors through means either exchange of experience between countries, between courts, etc., etc. So we have to invest. Otherwise, if we destroy the public trust, the stability is not anymore secure in the country or in the system, in the democracy.
Yeah. Trust very hard to gain, very easy and quick to lose. That we know. Thank you very much. Let's turn to other questions. Take advantage of this opportunity. You're not going to have a panel on judicial reform in the Western Balkans like this, at least not for another year until we have our next Balkan Summit, of course. Gentleman at the back, please.
Radu Aghea, Romania, civil society. In respect to the current fight against, let's say, justice, because you have a lot of people which are against the rule of law, including in developed countries like in US or even here, and they all say that rule of law is not important, justice is politicized. If you perceive it in the Balkans, that leaders like Orban or others in Hungary that are against rule of law, they are against liberalism, they are against whatever we are here in this room for, how to design together a common response to these illiberal actors. Thank you.
Yeah, I suppose that's an interesting question. It's the one about, can there be a sort of a common sort of European approach to violations of the rule of law? I suppose outside EU pressure on this is useful to you, right? Although sometimes I know it can be seen as interference as well. Let's get to that. It's a difficult question, so I'll give you a moment to think about it. In the meantime, anybody else who wants to come in, please? As I say, take advantage of this opportunity. It's not a technical issue. It's very much involved with politics, of course, and reform and EU accession. It's right at the very centre. So I imagine you would want to ask our panel questions. Don't leave all the hard work to me. Please, sir. No, Reinhard, exactly. But you also need a microphone. Even you.
Reinhard Priebe. I have been working in the Commission for quite a long time. But before I have been for 7 years a judge in Germany. I never found it boring, by the way. The rule of law issue has become the central issue in the enlargement process, as we all know. It has turned out apparently to be the most difficult issue. And I have a very simple question to those coming from the region. Simplistic question, perhaps. Why is it like that? Is it only your fault? Or might be also errors on the side of the EU, of the internationals? I have the impression that the area of rule of law is the area where there's not a lack of international advice, but maybe rather an inflation of international advice. There are very little European rule of law standards. There are national standards, and advisors coming from not only from Brussels, but from Berlin, from Paris, from London, from Washington. They come with extremely different rule of law cultures to your countries, and they are all convinced that their own system is the best one, and there must be quite a confusion on this. So how to solve this issue, which has become the most difficult issue in making the countries progress to membership in the European Union?
That's a fascinating question. Is there too much advice, too many people telling you to do different things and causing confusion? Would you like to sort of see fewer programs and maybe just Brussels in charge? There's also, by the way, if I can add a question of my own, if you don't mind, obviously we're all looking across the Atlantic at the moment to Trump 2.0. There's been some speculation that one of the things he might do is to cut or reduce US sort of aid programs that have dealt with loads of things over the years, from combating AIDS or improving health, but also rule of law issues. Is there a concern that if that is a useful funding stream from the US Congress, is the US government, that could be cut off? And is the EU in a position to sort of make up, for example, some of the funding in those programs? So how much are you dependent upon not just advice, but also funding from outside NGOs or governments? Put that in the mix. And then we have the good question from our friend there from a Romanian perspective, which is to what extent do you also need a collective sort of view from the EU when it comes to pushing back against inadequacies in the system, let me put it that way, helpful or not helpful to what you're trying to do? Again, I think the questions were to our two ministers first and foremost, if the other panelists will forgive me. So, Minister of Justice, please.
Thank you very much. I have to say that I mentioned that every recommendation is sometimes duty, but always I have to say that we have very big problem if we have different recommendations from different people, subjects, or sector people. In accordance with that, I have to mention that during 2014, we have one recommendation from one very respected institution. 5 years after that, we have completely different. And that is in accordance with our constitution. So we have to change few things in our constitution. So yes, we have misunderstandings, but believe me, I am absolutely honest. The key problem is always in our society. So I do not want to say we have a problem with institution or experts or something like that. We generally know what we have to do and how to change our mentality, traditionality, or something like that. But in general, the key challenge is always in our society, so we have to be more prepared for this. Of course, every recommendation is useful, but in key challenges are always in our country, especially in our countries, especially in Western Balkans. And of course, in accordance with your question, I think that we need more support. We need more help from European institutions, from NGOs, from society, to try to be more focused in EU integration process and also in the rule of law framework. Because of that, we supported reform agenda, but that is not enough. Reform agenda is good because we have also the very important part as this part of fundamentals that is in accordance from our institutions. But on the other side, we have to be honest, we need more support if we want to create absolutely modern societies and countries in our region about this topic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And again to the Deputy Prime Minister from his perspective on this.
Yeah, I was discussing with somebody, I forgot who it was during the coffee break.
Yes, somebody from our mission. And actually brought me back like 21 or 22 years back when I was here in Brussels studying EU affairs. My master thesis was about EU integration just after the Thessaloniki agenda. I think for 2 decades we've been there, you know, talking about the European perspective of the Western Balkans, with one hand, you know, European Union pretending to integrate the region, and the region pretending to approximate with the European Union.
Yes, I do remember that period.
No, it was very much, you know, a show that lasted for 2 decades. And I think, I mean, we had a game changer, which was Russian aggression in Ukraine. We had the Deputy Prime Minister from Ukraine. I think, I mean, the region, most countries in the region very clearly stand with Ukraine. We realized that this was the momentum that brought back, you know, enlargement on the agenda. I mean, I take note also of the remark from the MEP from Austria. I'm a dual citizen. I'm a Belgian citizen as well. And I mean, here I was involved in politics in Belgium a bit. And talking to MEPs from Belgium, I mean, you know, as an advocate of enlargement of the Balkans, let's do this, let's do that, you know, let's put this in the program for the European election. And some are very frank. They would tell you, I mean, nobody really cares, you know, our citizens don't care. And you go back to them and say, but we have promised, you know, we have this, we have that commitment. They say, yeah, but who cares? We've been, you know, promising Turkey to integrate them for 40 years or so. But I think now the situation has very clearly changed. I think we are all going in the right direction. People are talking about clear deadlines. We're mentioning dates, 27, 28 for the integration of the region. And this is also the, you know, timeline we're working with, all of us. I think at the geopolitical level, there has been a game change. Also, I mean, now with the growth plan and the reform agenda, we have very clear, you know, relation between the European Union and the candidate countries, very clear actions that we need to undertake that are linked to the money. And I think, I mean, the most important of all, like Minister of Justice was saying, is political will. I mean, it's about money, Mr. Priebe, but it's also about the will to utilize that money for, you know, a good purpose, but also to undertake some of the painful reforms, like the ones that have been undertaken by Albania over the last few years, Montenegro. They are good examples in the region. I think we can learn a lot from each other, actually. We don't need, you know, to reinvent the wheel, to kind of multiply programs for assistance in the rule of law. I think we can, you know, between ourselves, with coordination, with support from the European Commission and the different agencies who are operating in the region, we know what works by now and what we need to do. I mean, the fact that we are also now, as Western Balkans, part of the rule of law reports of the European Union will give also very clear indications on where we have problems, and we will be able to name the issues and hopefully fix them if there is clear political will in the countries of the region.
Thanks, that's a clear message. Anybody wants to add anything to that? Yep, go ahead, Herman.
Just shortly, to make sure, Mr. Priebe, I didn't say to be a judge is boring, but I said the system should not be contested. And if nobody talks about the system, it's a good system. How do you get it? By trust. And I can tell you about the Austrian constitutional law, constitutional court. There are also people in there with a certain political background where you know from which party they come. But how do you get trust? Doing the right thing. And if you see the decisions they made in the last many years, nobody ever could say, he voted for that because he comes from the Social Democrat or from the Conservative Party. So that's how they get trust, and that's why, and I could tell a few things where people complain in Austria about politicians, about the weather, about 100 other things. But you hardly would find people who say, I don't believe that judges decide, or I can buy a judge with €1,000 or 10,000 euro. You hardly would find people who say that. And I think that is the important thing, and it's not contested. In that sense, it's boring, and I think that's a good thing.
Thanks. Kyriakos. Alexander was first, if you don't mind, for a comment. No, don't worry, Alexander, you first, and then we'll go back to Kyriakos. Everybody gets to say what they want to.
You are the boss.
Absolutely, and don't forget it for a moment.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I just want to make a remark. I worked in 2021 as a resident EU prosecutor in Serbia, Belgrade, for 1 year. and then it was under the instrument of pre-accession assistance. And then I saw that sometimes the European Union expects too much from the countries there, because I was closely working together with the State Secretary of Justice, and he had only 16 lawyers to implement all the legislation. And every time the European Union said, you have to implement this anti-money laundering legislation. And then Serbia was on that level. And then 2 months later, and you also have to do this.
Yeah.
And also do this. And then, no, this legislation has been changed in the meantime. So we are also, within the European Union, not realistic
Absorption
about
capacity.
exactly. Yeah.
No, that's an extremely good point. You know, we can't overload the sort of structure that's available to implement all of this. Yeah, please. Yeah.
I'm coming for the region. Actually, we are in the region with many minorities, many ethnicities, different countries, administrations, etc., etc. So the law is there, is one thing. But the second thing is the implementation. And it's timing. If all the countries want to get the European way or the European path, to find ways for cooperation, more cooperation, and to invest and to act with a positive agenda. Not just to stay on issues which are all the time against each other. So, I mean, will be not possible to create convergence. We need frame of cooperation, and especially for the issue of minorities, which is so, through the demographic development, today is majority, tomorrow maybe will be minority, as the development in the Balkan area is. So we have to find way to create policies for promote coexistence. This is very necessary, and this is why I all the time also by us in the Parliamentary Assembly and in the OSCE, we have to act with a positive agenda. We have, from the other side, it's not allowed not to find an agreement, all the actors in the region, to have a common language about the complaint of hate speech. Who is in favor of hate speech? Nobody.
Certainly not me.
It will be possible to be a common issue and to put it in the agenda, in the positive agenda. And of course, all the reforms which are needed, the most of them, they can approach with not isolated, but common. There is space for cooperation, not only between the countries, not only between the minorities, majorities, but also as administrator or as the catalysator, the European Union.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much.
We are out of time, but Arida, I'm mindful of the fact that I really should bring you in if you want to have 30 seconds, that's all, but 30 seconds for anything that you want to say, to be fair to you, in terms of
For a lawyer, 30
sharing your
seconds
thoughts.
are difficult.
That is true, but you can do it, particularly with me looking at you.
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
We are having problems with rule of law because two questions were addressed, because our democracies are fragile. Our political class shall be reformed, and also the integrity of the political class in all the Western Balkans. I'm not talking for all the political parties, but for some of them shall be reformed. And also the citizens shall be much more engaged because they are leaving country, and we have to transmit faith to them that through pressure, through reactions, that they can contribute in decision-making process, and they can help also with the rule of law.
Thank you. Well, we're out of time, ladies and gentlemen, so a quick summing up from my side. To quote my old boss, Jaap de Hoop Schäfer, the former NATO Secretary General, who borrowed this from Paul McCartney, it's a long and winding road. That's clear. We spent a lot of time looking at the basics. You have to get the basics right: staffing, resources, vetting, procedures. You also have got the problem of the gap. What do you do when you're clearing out the old system, but it takes a long time to recruit all of the new lawyers and judges, procure the new technologies, rewrite the laws to bring them into line with the EU standards for the new system? How do you manage that kind of long interregnum, interim period? We said the procedures are totally necessary, but they're not enough. There also has to be a kind of ethic, a culture, a democratic culture of the rule of law. That's more difficult to establish, together with, of course, public trust in the system of being accessible, fair to all. Another point which I think resonates with all we bureaucrats in Brussels is that, you know, instruments are fine, but they're not actions. There's a tendency in Brussels to think that if we invent an instrument, we've done the job. We need instruments, but implementation is so important. I was struck also by the thought of this kind of double guardianship role, where, you know, we have to protect the good judges against outside interference and give them the tools to do the job. But if the system itself goes bad, there also has to be the guardian from the outside to clean up corrupt judicial systems. So keeping the two guardianship roles in sync is a challenge. I was very interested by what was said about regional cooperation. Everybody's having the same challenges, is more or less at the same kind of stage. Some, of course, making more progress than others, that's normal, but where you do have the sort of common problem, synchronizing cooperative efforts can be super helpful. We spoke about, obviously, bringing in civil society and empowering it to also drive the process. And of course, the coherence of advice from outside. You know, our role is to be helpful and not, you know, overcomplicate things or put unnecessary obstacles in your path. However, I was encouraged by what I heard today. I mean, clearly, as you said, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, thank God we're beyond the stage where, you know, we pretend to work and you pretend to pay us, as was once said about the former Soviet Union. You know, that we, you know, you pretend to reform or we pretend to believe you, kind of thing. It's now at a different stage where there is true engagement. Your enlargement is going forward. You believe in it. We believe in it, and we're now really working much more seriously. The end of the old kabuki dance is over. Thank God for that. It lasted far too long. There seems to be clear political will in the region to prioritise this and drive it forward. There are clear roadmaps, clear agendas, and we also heard that, of course, from the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine in the time that she was able to join us, and you're all working together. And finally, I come back to what was said earlier, this idea that, you know, the instruments that you develop for the rule of law can drive reform in other areas of the government and make it also easier on all kinds of issues, from corruption to organised crime, for the EU countries and the EU to cooperate with you. So there's not just a win for you. It's not just, you know, we're here to help you. No, to the extent you get this right, you can help the EU to solve some of the problems that it also has, also with the rule of law, with corruption, with organised crime, with drugs, whatever it be. And so that's an added incentive to work together. So we in Friends of Europe will obviously stay the course, because this is key for the future of the Western Balkans. I would like to thank you most warmly, all of you, including the Deputy Prime Minister from Kiev, for joining us today. Thank you. You've been generous with your time, even more generous with your intellect and experience. What more can we ask of you? Nothing. So thank you so much for that. I also would again like to thank Mondo and the Wireless Media Group for being our partners for this particular event. It's been a pleasure. As always, at the end of any conference, thank you to the audience for being the hardcore of committed Western Balkans fans who have stayed the course. I'm sure that you found it worthwhile in terms of the quality of the people and the quality of the discussions. Finally, I would be totally remiss if I did not thank my colleagues at Friends of Europe. Putting these things on requires a lot of organisation and also perseverance. As you have to persuade good speakers who have important jobs to come to Brussels. And so Alexandra, Nakoma, Cyril, particularly from my own team, and the broader Friends of Europe community, all at the back, you are the ones who made it happen. Moderating is easy, organisation is blooming hard. So bravo, and thanks for pulling off once again a very successful Balkans Summit. With that, I can bring the proceedings, if not the ceremonies, but at least the proceedings to an end, and wish everybody a rain-free, not work-free, that would be too much, but at least rain-free end of the afternoon. There'll be another Balkan Summit next year, but don't wait that long to come and see us at Friends of Europe. Goodbye for now.